Hello, everybody. Welcome to Run Rabbit Run, presented by Mountain Outpost. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Dan Ryan.
I can't do this, dude.
I can't
either. We're going to have some fun tonight. Thanks for tuning in tonight. We are here in the studio at Steamboat Springs Olympian Hall. Thanks to Luke J. and Tara Dower for holding down the fort here this afternoon, doing an excellent job of keeping you updated, informed, and having a joke or two along the way.
Yeah, and you got the experts back now. Sorry that we handed you off to the amateurs for a few hours. Now
I think you have that backwards.
Oh, right.
You absolutely. Well, here's
your amateurs are back.
Of all of our commentators that have been on so far, there's only one who has not run this race.
It's you.
Me.
Yeah.
So I am the neophyte and the interloper here, whereas everybody else not only has run.
I don't know what Luke placed, but Tara won it, right?
She won it and she placed second.
That's amazing.
And Luke, you were in the top 10, right? 6 or 7? Okay. And you were a finisher?
A finisher.
I
got this belt buckle, I think. The one
this one right here. And that's what all of the runners are going for.
Wait, hang on. Okay, yeah, this is the one I got because everybody else's says under 30 hours. Mine says not under 30 hours. Yeah, no, this was a great day. When I was running, it was very similar weather to this. It was pouring rain the entire time, which honestly I don't mind too much. The rain doesn't bother me as much as the heat. So I much prefer to be out there in the wet and in the grossness that is these sorts of days.
And you called it. You actually said earlier on, I think when we were standing outside after our shift, you said, and I quote, "They're going to get dumped."
No, I said,
okay.
And we're going to get hammered tonight as well. So we're bringing the beer in. So,
so Dan, what are we looking at here? Explain to people that are not familiar with this race where they're at, and what they've done to get here at Billy's Rabbit Hole, and how they're going to get out.
So they've ran a lot to get here, Chris. They've moved over the course. Billy's Rabbit Hole sits somewhere in the middle of a long downhill. So they've come across. They've gone over to Summit Lake. And they've started this descent. It's about 4 miles from Summit Lake down to Billy's Rabbit Hole. And when you have fresh legs, it's a very nice trail to just kind of cruise down. You hit Billy's Rabbit Hole, and it's a reprieve. You've got Billy Grimes there. You got Amanda Grimes there. Kind of Aiden runners, and just they got a fire there. Don't sit next to it too long.
It's a trap.
They're just it's kind of an intermediary aid station on the way down. I wouldn't think on your way out that it's absolutely a necessary stop.
Okay.
On your way back up in the middle of the night, when it's dumping rain and it's cold and it's wet and it's gross and it's hard and it's you're at mile 75 or 70 or whatever it is, I think it's way more of a necessity at that point. I think you're actually closer to mile 76.6 when they'll come back through this tomorrow. So it's not a necessity coming down. On the way back up, it definitely is, because you've got this very technical climb that people are going up. They're struggling. They're suffering. It's a long night. It's a long way from Dry Lake up to Billy's Rabbit Hole. It's 2,000-ish feet of climbing in 6 miles. It's a long technical climb. It's a very popular downhill mountain bike track here in Steamboat Springs.
Yeah.
But you're coming up basically a downhill track, so there's a lot of gnarly rocks and just little, not scrambly, but rocky sections that are kind of hard to navigate when they're wet and hard to navigate when you're tired. I know that was my darkest spot of the run, was coming back up to Billy's Rabbit Hole, and I remember it vividly. Like, it was pouring rain. It was 34, 35 degrees, windy, raining in your eyes. You're falling asleep. All you want to do is sleep. You're in a rain jacket, you're in rain pants, you're in everything you can to stay warm, and it's just a long slog up to that aid station. So runners are kind of going through it when they're coming back to Billy's Rabbit Hole. Right now, I don't think they're really going through it yet, but on the way back they will be.
Of course, one of the things that we are going to have to follow is the weather. It's obviously made its presence known. And we'll actually also pin the runner tracking to the top of the chat here once our producers are actually setting things up here in the studio area, making sure that we are... You didn't have to drop what you were doing. Shout out to Trevor in the studio. Was basically adjusting windows so we could get some filming done of the aid station and dropped what he was doing. As you can see, that is the Shad Cam at Billy's Rabbit Hole. We'll have that runner tracking link available. We are going to do we'll have Dan with the weather in just a little bit.
And I gotta address this guy. He says, am I back to Avenge getting drilled about calling that segment easy last year? That's not the segment I was talking about. I was talking about the climb back up from Fish Creek. That climb's easy, man. And I'm going to stick by that because that is not that bad of a climb. It's technical towards the bottom, I'll give you that, but the rest of it is very runnable and a certain grade.
And one of the things about the next few hours of our coverage is that that shot at Billy's is actually brightened up quite a bit. Yeah. I mean, it is getting dark out. So we are starting to see the middle of the pack make their way through there and out there for the first time. And as we have cameras set up here at Olympian Hall, we're going to do our best to get those up and get those images to you. Olympian Hall is going to be the happening spot for the next few hours of the Run Rabbit Run 100 miler, as the runners will cross through here not once but twice. The first time they hit Olympian will be just after the halfway point of the race at mile 51. Then they go on the Lane of Pain loop, and we'll have Dan describe that in further detail. But then they'll be back about 13-ish miles later, and then they head out basically hitting a lot of the aid stations they hit on the way out, but in a completely different fashion.
Right. This course is kind of a assembly of I like to call circles attached by little straight sections. So you branch out different ways to get back to the same aid stations that you went through, which I think is a cool part of this event. Multiple different times you're going through the same aid station, so you'll see the same volunteers potentially that were helping you out. Here's somebody trying to do, it appears to be sign language to the crews there to point at which direction they're going. Very excited, and they're out of there. That was a quick stop at Billy's Rabbit Hole. We're going to just narrate aid station stops and hope that we have a good night here at Run Rabbit After Dark, right?
Yeah. Steamboat Springs After Sunset, if we're keeping the alliteration going.
Yeah, I like that. We have seen a few tortoises come through Olympian Hall already. So tortoises are out on the Lane of Pain right now, working to get through that section and get back here and back up onto the main part of the course. But we do have some tortoises who have already moved through Olympian Hall.
And we'll do our best to identify them as many as possible when we have
we've
eyes
got,
on them.
Looks like Patrick Hubble, Scott Hollister, Corky Patton, Andy Chrysler, Graham Strzelecki, John Hansen, Jake Larson, Mike Wilkinson, and Andrew Wine. All come through Olympian Hall for the first time and are out to the other sections of the Emerald Mountain. Emerald Mountain.
And at this point, we're also going to start to pay attention to how those splits, once we get numbers in. Obviously, we've seen runners come through Billy's, but we don't have the 100-mile hare splits through their timing setup. But once we do, we'll be able to compare those with the recent finishes of the race. In the men's race, looking at some of the recent finishes under 18 hours, including Stevens, Elam, and Lockwood over the last 2 years. I kind of, when we talk about course records here, I find it hard to digest in the same fashion, talking about the 2013, 2014 type numbers that Schlarb and company were putting up, simply because it's an entirely different race at this point. And the women's side, looking at the 2024 races for Emily Mann, Leah Yingling, Addie Bracey in 2021, and Tara Dower in 2023. Those are some of the recent high-end finishes. Emily Mann, the first runner in the women's race to finish under 20 hours. Leah Yingling was leading most of that race, gave up the lead somewhere around between Long Lake and Werner, probably closer to Werner. Still finished with the second fastest time ever on the current course. Addie Bracey finished in 2023.53 back in 2021. And Tara Dower, our previous host, when she won the race in 2023, finished in 2032.21.
Yeah, and if we look at the times people are running right now, right, the first 13 people are all within 15 minutes of each other. So really it's still wide open. All it takes is a little bit of unraveling, and then that person in 13th right now would easily have the lead. Now there's gaps forming across the board, but there is space for people to move up, and nothing's set into place yet. The race really hasn't even started yet. Until we hit, I would say, Olympian, potentially Dry Lake the second time, that's when the race, I think, will really unfold, and we'll start to see some carnage.
Yeah, last year's first runners to hit Summit Lake were Adam Loomis in 5:05.33 and Richard Lockwood last year. Actually, Tyler Green and Richard Lockwood in 5:05.506. Well, this year, for comparison, we had 13 men reach Summit Lake in under 5:05.
Wow.
So they are running faster this year. Leading the way, Matt Daniels, again, that's a name that we talked about leading into the race, a name that is very familiar to followers of the sport. Been around for a long time, some great results, particularly at Western States and at Black Canyon. And it's been a while since he's put up some of those highest level race results. However, for instance, we talked about the Harvey's picks that the race puts out each year, and they went 17 deep on the men's and women's sides and did not have Matt Daniels in their picks. And we kind of, half joking but half serious theorized that maybe he took umbrage at that.
Yeah, I think that Fred shook a hornet's nest with that one, and he's out there proving his point. He doesn't want to be left off that Harvey's list the next time he comes back here. So kudos to Matt for absolutely killing it right now. I think the cooler temperatures this year, for sure, the cooler temperatures and the amount of liquid that's coming from the sky really make a difference when it comes to being able to set those course records. Yeah, the trail isn't in as good of a shape, but I think that these people are going to stay cooler. They're going to be able to push it for longer out there on the course.
So last year in the women's race, Leah Yingling was leading out from fairly early on. I believe that she took the lead right around Fish Creek and didn't yield it until the very end of the race. But Leah last year hit Summit Lake in 5:35.38. And looking at this year, Mary Denholm, doing what she did at Black Canyon early on, she hit Summit Lake in 5:12.
Wow.
Becca Bramley hit it second in 5:22, and Riley Brady, they hit it third in 5:23. So that is your front of the pack. Further back, Jenny Yeeman, McKendry Hickory in fourth and fifth, but you're talking about a 30-minute gap already between third and fourth. Emma Wood in sixth, Zoe Rahm in seventh, Sarah Gage in eighth, Brittany Peterson on the comeback trail in ninth, and Charissa Kenny in 10th at this point.
Awesome. It's good to see them out there killing it still. Still early in the race for the Hares. I mean, they've only been going 6 hours now. So they're still pretty fresh, and I think that they're going to continue to push the pace. Still got a slow trickle of people coming into Billy's Rabbit Hole here. The race is really spread out at this point, especially in the Tortoises. Moving out to this aid station, looks like we haven't seen anybody not coming with a rain jacket on, so I'd say that's a promising sight.
Yeah, they'll need it by the time they get here, though.
My goodness. The skies have been letting loose here at Olympian Hall. Lots of lightning, lots of thunder, very, very frightening, Galileo. So, there's really some precipitation coming out, and it's great to see all of these strong runners out here doing what they do best.
And for those keeping tabs on our fueling strategy, you're not hungry at this point. You already ate.
I did.
I did order a Colorado-style pizza. This is the first time I've ordered a Colorado-style pizza. So we shall try that on air. I got and this is interesting. They actually do measure it by inches, by the diameter. However, they also measure it by the pound. And this is supposed to be a 5-pound
pizza weights. Because what if you get different toppings, right? What if you get a 5-pound pizza, but you wanted something really light on your pizza and it's like covered in, let's go with spinach. And so you're just going to get a 5-pound box of spinach and a little bit of bread. Like, it's not a good indicator of how much food you're getting.
There was an internet joke that was played many years ago called None Pizza Left Beef.
Oh.
And it was literally an order on a Domino's pizza where somebody ordered a none pizza with nothing on it and beef on the left-hand side.
Oh, man.
And they got a box, basically, of a completely baked pizza crust with a few chunks of beef that happened to be sitting on one side of the pizza. So, if you're ordering online, you're going to get what you ask for if they're doing it right.
True. Interesting story. How is I haven't looked in an Arling Glick for a bit. How is he doing out there? Is he fading a little bit?
So it's hard to tell. As we mentioned, we've got such a tightly wound knot at the top of the race. And I know people were talking about Arlen having dropped to like 10th or 12th place at I think it was at Long Lake, or maybe it was at Fish Creek. But you're talking about a situation where the competitors are so wound tightly. I mean, Matt Daniels and a handful, Matt Daniels, Ryan Sullivan, J.P. Giblin, and Craig Hunt have kind of separated themselves from the pack. But you're still talking, the gap between, talking about, comparing it to the women's race between Mary Denholm and, say, fourth place Jenna Yeeman is about 45 minutes. Well, the difference between first and 29th and the men's side, or I'm sorry, 26th on the men's side is roughly that same gap. So there's a lot less separation in the men's race to this point. Yeah,
and just a lot of there's, like you were saying, there's not a huge differential between them, and there hasn't been over the past few years. I think if I remember, Brian Colmo and that whole gang of people, they were right in with each other all the way through Olympian, and then the wheels came off for quite a few people. I remember last year they definitely lost a fair amount of time, and Rich ran away with it. Literally.
Well, it has gotten kind of complicated to follow races over the years, sometimes when you're comparing splits year over year, because your normal inclination is to compare, like, for instance, if you're looking at how this year's runners are doing against the course record, you think, okay, well, you look at what the winner in that course record year accomplished. But you also have to consider now, because runners are going out much hotter, much faster, maybe like the person who set the course record wasn't the first person to that to that aid station. Maybe somebody who withdrew or dropped was the first person to that aid station. So you have to dig a little bit deeper. And I'm trying to do that because, this race has actually had several instances where people in the front have had things go extremely sideways for them. So, I would say the most notable recent example of that was last year. Leah Yingling was leading the race for the first 90-plus miles, then had some vision issues. and could not run down that final stretch, and went from very late in the race having a fairly substantial lead at Long Lake. You're talking last year at Long Lake at mile 89 was 18 minutes ahead of Emily Mann. And this is not to take anything away from Emily, because Emily's time last year was not only a winner, it was a course record by a significant margin.
Right.
But she and Leah were, fighting pretty hard on both sides. And Leah, unfortunately, was having to take it very carefully down from Werner to the finish. So a lot can happen in a high mountain race, and we've seen that here. We see that at High Lonesome. We should we've seen that at Hard Rock. Anything where you're playing around at 10,000 feet on a regular basis becomes pretty dicey.
Yeah. It's going to be a long night with Chris Warden and I.
It usually is.
We're getting the last closing shots, I think, until the lights come on here at Olympian. We're getting the last shots that we can at Billy's Rabbit Hole. Shout out to Shad, who's out there, probably with Nari, who's freezing.
No, Nari's in the van by now.
Nari's in the van, probably barking at somebody. So shout out to the team out there for doing the great work that they always do. Yeah,
Shad Burkholz out there at Billy's does a great job. Has always done a great job assisting with these live streams. Has filmed here, Hard Rock, Western States, Cocodona, you name it, he's filmed it. And in some cases, he's run it himself too. So shout out to Shad for all the great work that he does, and for our entire team here at Mountain Outpost.
Oh man, somebody asked what Colorado style pizza was.
Okay. Here we go. It is definitely Mountain Outpost After Dark if we're talking about pizza variations. So I guess the Colorado-style pizza, as was explained to me, is a bit of a large pizza with basically a pile of toppings in the middle, and with an elevated exterior crust. And you break off, I guess, afterwards. You dip that crust in honey as a dessert.
So it's a quiche.
No, not quite, but I'm kind of curious. I'm looking forward to, and I sprung for a pizza for us and the crew to all share together and share our experiences. We will save you the horror of us eating it right on television, but right on screen. But we're going to give Bujo's a shot. It is a very polarizing institution here in Colorado.
Yeah. Again, we're just looking at the top runners and the tortoises that are coming through Billy's Rabbit Hole. So stick with us. We'll have updates soon when we get the first front runners down through Olympian Hall.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes as well. Keeping us sane.
Yep, probably tripping on some wires in here at some point.
No, that's me, not Pip.
Oh, right. He's very sure-footed. He definitely didn't walk into a tree earlier today.
Of course, this right here, Olympian Hall, where we are stationed, is an aid station where the runners hit it twice. They hit it at mile 51 and mile. The lane of pain loop is what awaits them in the middle. For those runners, we've had about 10 or so in the Tortoise race, and we're awaiting our first hares here. Dan, what is the lane of pain loop?
The lane of pain is a really easy, full of soft bunnies loop that goes flat into a field behind Olympian Hall, and there's actually a guy who carries you the whole time. So it's really easy. There's no pain involved. It's like when they named Greenland. On Greenland, it's a faux. No, lane of pain is it's a steep road. So you're going to go straight up this road, and this hill behind us is where they practice the ski jumping team for the Olympic team, or they have in the past. I believe they practice here, Lake Placid, a few other places across the country. But this is one of the hills that they practice on. And so you're going straight up this road. You go up that road for something like 2 to 3 miles, I think. And then it flattens out a little bit, and then you go off the backside of it, and you have this nice single track, nice mountain bike loop that is pretty enjoyable. Honestly, it's not too lane of painful. And then you come back up to the lane of pain aid station, and you go down these switchbacks that I don't think ever end. I wouldn't say it's anything like Fish Creek Falls. I would say it's way harder than Fish Creek Falls. Torch the Warrior, whoever you are. I was hoping nobody would remember this from last year, but yeah, exactly. It's way harder than Fish Creek. Everything on this course is harder than Fish Creek Falls. So that's just for that guy in the comments. But they're going to go up that, hit that aid station, do that loop. I believe they get a card or something punched. It's actually where I believe it was Shea Aquilano missed.
That's
the
right.
5-mile section.
Yeah. Yeah, Shea was having a great run last year, but unfortunately missed a key section of the course, and they had to remove her from the results. But
they did.
She actually took it very gracefully and in stride, and that's why she is, in my opinion, one of the key runners that is going to be leading American ultra running into the future.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was super unfortunate, but she owned her mistake, and there's no one to blame but yourself when it comes to those sorts. So kudos to her for owning up to it, for one, and two, just being such a great sport about the disqualification. We
had a few non-starters here today, actually a couple of prominent ones, and I want to give a heads up on those for people that were looking to follow these runners. They were in the Hares race, but did not start today. Looks like we didn't see Francesca Conti, Abby Forsman, Ashley Paulson, Caleb Austin. Those would be the most notable names of non-starters in the Hares race today. So, but most of the runners are still on track. I would say the most notable. When my partner comes back, I want to get together with him because we might have some big drop news here coming in. So. I do know that Devin Olson called it a day early, I think maybe at Fish Creek, but we're getting word in the field, Dan, that Brittany Peterson has withdrawn from Run Rabbit Run.
Oh, man. That is such a shame. Where have we gotten any information about why she dropped?
No, it just shows that Brittany was a drop at Summit Lake. So that's what we've got here. I don't have any further information on that at this time. For those that were rooting Brittany on, I know that I think we were both among them watching her career. She had many years of success, including, podium finishes at Haviland 100 and top 5 finishes at Western States and wins at Black Canyon. You're talking about one of the fastest women in the sport. Had a bit of a devastating injury. You and Zach kind of talked us through it here, Zach Marion, earlier today, about how she basically had to relearn how to run. And so we were really hoping for a bright thing. She had a great comeback ultra earlier this year at Gorge Waterfalls, finishing 8th there. And had a 100K in British Columbia Alpenglow 100K, where she took the win there. But we were really looking forward to seeing what happened here. And unfortunately, Brittany's day drew to a close earlier than expected.
Yeah, that's a shame. I mean, it's probably better to pull it earlier if you know that something's going wrong. And with the history that some of these have in terms of medical issues, it's really a smart decision. I'll put them on leash.
Oh, it's Bojo's. Thank you so much for the clarification, Kay. Appreciate it. My regional dialects are lacking here today.
What did you call it?
Bojo's.
Bojo's?
It's Bojo's, and it would make sense.
Yeah. Do you think it originated in Louisiana, so it's really not Colorado-style pizza, it's Louisiana-style pizza?
That's kind of why
Rebranded?
I said Bojo's. I was thinking with maybe a Cajun mind there.
Yeah, because that's very Cajun at that point. But
Speaking of,
sorry, guys, I was just ran over by a wild Chris Warden. He's going out to get his pizza, his Bojo's pizza. So shout out to whoever provided that, the pizza. So yeah. So yeah, we're just out here having a great time here at Run Rabbit After Dark. We've got a few notable drops, but we've also got a great race going on. If we're going to go back over the leaderboard, we have in first place Matt Daniels. We should be seeing him down here to Olympian Hall at any moment. Second place, Ryan Sullivan, shortly behind him, roughly 40 seconds behind him. So just, filling up a couple water bottles and headed back out. And then we've got JP Giblin, Craig Hunt, Jesse Rich, Anthony Lee, Matthew Zupin, Grant Barnett, Adam Wrights, Zachary Garner, and Tyler Fox, all within 15 minutes of each other. So really a fast field out there, cruising through the Steamboat Springs wilderness areas. On the ladies' side, in first place, currently we have Mary Denholm. In second place, we have Becca Bramley, and followed shortly by Riley Brady. We also have McKendry Hickory and Emma Wood, as well as Zoe Rahm rounding out that field of ladies. Between them, Zoe's last into the aid station was 5:55:05. Sorry, my dog is barking and he seems to be angry. And then between her and Mary is roughly 30 minutes. So there's 30 minutes of time between those ladies. So still anybody's race. Just happened. We saw it last year, right? Last year we had Leah Yingling in first, and then shortly following that, she had something go wrong right at Werner Aid Station and wasn't able to run down from Werner Aid Station as quickly as anticipated, and Emily Mann was able to take the lead at that point and won the Run Rabbit Run 100. So no word on when the tracker will be back up. I mean, there's some tough conditions out there right now, so bear with the volunteers and the people who are running those timing mats. It's raining, equipment's getting wet, and that's probably their priority is staying warm and dry and not troubleshooting some equipment in these conditions. So we've really got some crazy rain coming down and affecting what people are doing out there.
Shad is making his way to some shelter at Billy's Rabbit Hole, apparently.
Yeah, Shad gets cold too. He's like any other human. He also gets cold. He doesn't have hair, so his head gets a lot colder than the rest of us, for sure. Shad's getting warm next to the fire, getting some camera light, and getting some light on the camera, and hanging out with those runners who are at that aid station. We can no longer see bib numbers, so we can no longer tell you who is going through. We have no tracking, so we can also not tell you who's coming through, but we will be able to hear the cheers
We might have to
out of Olympian Hall. So I think that'll be our next indication of where people are coming from.
So it looks like we've got a handful of people that have hit Olympian in the Tortoise race. Like those trackers, looks like we've got some numbers. And I think it's our first 13 men are through Olympian the first time. Patrick Hubble, Scott Hollister, Corky Patton, Andy Chrysler, Graham Strzelecki, John Hansen, Jake Larson, Mike Wilkinson, Andrew Ween, Chris Kudron, Dylan Domro, Nick Hilton, and Anthony Arena. It looks like our lead women in the tortoise race, Victoria Kent, is the first one through Dry Lake. Second would be Marnie Scallard. Third, Chalice Popke. Fourth, Caitlin Tachi. In fifth, in the women's race, Alex Armstrong, Bridget Noon in sixth, Tatum Rask in seventh. These runners have hit Dry Lake. They haven't made it back here to Olympian yet, as far as we can tell. So that's what you're looking at so far in the tortoise race. The hare race, our numbers are a little bit further back. You've got access to the same numbers we do via the link at the top of the page. But what we do know is that we believe that the top four has kind of separated itself a little bit. Matt Daniels, Ryan Sullivan, J.P. Giblin, and Craig Hunt. No real surprises there in that men's top four. In the women's race, Mary Denholm streaking out to a significant lead. Mary Denholm attacks races when she is in competition. Two-time Olympic trials qualifier. She led out at Black Canyon 100K, so she knows how to lead from the front. In second place, Becca Bramley. In third, Riley Brady. Jenny Yeeman in fourth, McKendry Hickory in fifth in the women's race so far. Of course, one of the aspects of Run Rabbit is that it is the largest prize purse in American ultra running, and frankly, it's not even close. First prize in this race, in the men's and the women's races, is $20,000 apiece to the winners. $20,000 for first place in the men's race and the women's race. Second place, $8,500 respectively. Third place, $5,000. Fourth place, $3,500. Fifth place, $1,500. Sixth place, $1,000, and seventh place, $500. There are additional prizes. Of course, there's a preem for the first person up the hill, so to speak, in the beginning of the race, a $1,000 bonus, but you have to finish the race. You don't have to win it. You don't have to place it. Just got to finish it.
Do we know who the first person up was?
I believe. Hey, Tara, who were the preems up? Let's see if we can get Tara Dower's attention. She's still across the room. Who were the preems today? Arlen Glick and Mary Denholm. Okay, so those were the first two people up the hill, and they need to finish in order to claim that $1,000 bonus prize. Masters Premium, over 40, either men's or women's race, $1,000, and Seniors Premium, over age 50, $500, minimum 4 starters. There also is a team aspect. And I think we've actually got a couple of team numbers here. So what's interesting is we're showing team numbers at Dry Lake.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. But that's hard to tell because I don't know exactly where they're coming from. But as far as we can tell right now, Becca Bramley and Brendan Trimboli are leading in the team competition, followed by Mary Denholm and Jeffrey Stern. In a virtual tie for third place, Sarah Gage, Matthew Zupan, and then Jenny Yeeman and Tommy Sullivan. And currently in fifth place, because that race pays multiple places, it looks like that would be Celinda Heinel and Ryan Sullivan. So that's where we're at in the team race.
Yeah, and if we look at the maximum amount of money that somebody could potentially win when running Run Rabbit in the Hares division, right? And the main differences between the Hares and Tortoises are the Hares aren't allowed pacers. They're not allowed. They won't be eligible for prize money, and they start later in the day, which is why we're seeing them catch a lot of tortoises. Is $20,000 if you win. Mm-hmm. With a teammate, if you win, you'll get an additional $2,500. Mm-hmm. And then after that, if you were over 45, you'd be in the Masters division, so you'd get another $1,000. Mm-hmm. And then if you ran the Preem, you'd get another $1,000, which would be something like $24,500.
Yeah. And if you were over 50, do you scoop if you're over 50 for the 40 and 50?
I don't know.
It's a good question.
It's a question. I don't think there's a 45-year-old winning right now.
Or a 50-year-old.
Or a 50-year-old winning right now. So I don't think we're going to run into that issue today. But in the future, Fred, that's something you're going to want to look at. That's a loophole that we found. So shout out to Fred Abramowitz,
if there
race
are
director.
any super quick 50-year-olds, we know a few of them ourselves. Can you imagine Ludo Pomeray coming here and
Carl
setting the race
Meltzer.
on its ear like that?
Oh, man.
Or Jeff Browning?
I don't think either of them could do it. Could keep up with like the quickness of this crowds, because Jeff Browning's best time was.
We have David at Twilight.
Oh yeah, please.
Yeah.
We're going to be bringing somebody to you live from Dry Lake.
So the lead men are through now. Lead men are through. Lead men are through. Okay.
David, what do you have for us?
All right. David here with the Mountain Outpost team. I'm here at Dry Lake Station with the crew counting all the bibs that come through. We've had a little bit of a rainstorm, maybe a little bit of slush. We were up at Summit Lake, but the weather was a little too crazy, and Mary Denholm came through about 40 minutes ahead of course record. We saw the men coming down the mountain as we were driving up. It's pretty exciting here. The energy is really great here. We can see the sun setting on the horizon, but it's still very dark here. Got my camera on with the light, and everyone's huddled under the tents. But like I said, everyone's excited, everyone's happy. People are coming in with no jackets and t-shirts, but they said they were able to stay warm just running down the mountain. But we've got some lights, we've got hot food here, we've got our biker cam ready to follow lead men. Lead men should be through in about 10-20 minutes maybe. And just kind of playing the waiting game right now. We have lots of cowbells going on, and we're just kind of making the best of it.
So David, what's the general mood of the runners coming in? Are they happy to be out in the wet, or is it just people seem to be having a miserable time with the amount of rain that's coming down?
Surprisingly, it just seems like the crew is having a miserable time. The runners are coming in, still smiling a little bit, soaked to the bone, but I offered a jacket to one guy, and he said he had a wet jacket in his bag already, and he was good. They're going straight for the tent and trying to get some food, filling their water bottles, and just focusing on getting in and getting out, it seems like right now.
David, has the aid station at any point kind of gotten to be a traffic jam? Are runners are they still jammed together, or is it a little bit more spaced out now?
It's pretty spaced out. You see a couple groups of two or three coming through, some singles, but the race is definitely spaced out. People are coming through, as they just kind of did the gauntlets coming down the mountain. Very happy to see the people and the energy and get some warm food.
What are they serving up there at the aid station? What seems to be the most popular fare?
I haven't actually had a chance to check out there, but I can see they have lots of lights over there, so that's probably a little bit of the situation. People are just trying to get to the lights and get into their packs and get a little reset going. We have about two or three tents set up for runners to take shelter and kind of get their packs sorted out. But let's see if we can find out what the food is here in a minute.
Are people coming in looking pretty muddy, or are they looking just covered in kind of that grit? Because these steamboat trails are pretty, I would say, more sandy, gritty than dirt muddy.
They look pretty just soaked to the bone. Their calves definitely muddy, but the trail surprisingly wasn't super dusty and deep. Just some big mud puddles. Driving up, it was not too bad. Coming down, it wasn't too muddy at all. It seemed like. It just rained just enough to kind of get the water flowing on the mountain, but maybe later this evening it's going to get a little muddier.
Sounds like you might have somebody coming into Dry Lake. Can you tell us, is that going to be a hare or a tortoise, perhaps? Or
a lot of tortoises coming through, lots of anticipation for the lead men. Yeah, we can see people coming through there. They got the hood on. We're right here with people taking the numbers. And this is Tom 648 coming through here. Let's see if...
You over there? You're left.
Yeah. Tom, do you want to say hi to anyone on the live stream?
My wife, Andy.
Yeah.
Tom Myers of Walcuttville, Indiana.
My barber, Zach and Wyatt.
Yeah.
Rest of my family. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, you're doing a great job. Love to see the smile. We can see Tom here. Looks pretty clean, actually. A little bit of goosebumps on the legs, but no worse for the wear. Good job, man.
Nice. And you guys have not seen any of the lead men hares come through, correct?
We have not yet. No.
We don't currently have updated tracking information, so you're giving us the most current information that we have.
Yeah. Fantastic. Yes. It's all hands on deck tracking these numbers as they come through. We have about 3 volunteers collecting numbers. 591's coming in right now. We've got Coles. We've got a jacket.
591. That's Zach Lair of Green Bray, California.
Oh man. Yeah, he's looking to get under the shelter a little bit here.
I bet.
Smiling still.
That's right. Thanks for being here. We love you guys.
Fantastic. Good job, man.
So David,
people are excited coming through.
for reference, last year, our first runners in the hare race hit Dry Lake at the 7:10 mark. So you might be about a few minutes out. But then again, every year these races get so much faster. So I would say, it might be 10 to 15 minutes, but they might come in right behind you here while we've got you on the line. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, they've been running a few minutes ahead of course pace, but we'll see what we end up seeing. So yeah, like I think that they were about 8 to 10 minutes ahead at Summit Lake. So I would say, maybe in the next few minutes we'll see somebody. Although the elements are much more adversarial this year than they were in before.
Certainly if there was ever an incentive for them to get down the mountain a little faster, I think this might be it today. We've got our biker cam lined up right here in front of the Mountain Outpost van, ready to go to follow the leaders down the trail. And lots of people gathered around here.
Oh man, we're gonna get a biker cam headed down into Olympian Hall. That's gonna be cool.
Is that the Mountain Outpost van behind him that I see?
Yeah, let's catch a little pan over here. Right over there. See the van in there a little bit maybe.
Livestream crew trying to stay warm out there.
Yeah.
What's the elevation out there, David?
I am not sure.
I suppose I've got that information here. I can pull it up here really quick.
Do you want to say hi real quick?
Dry Lake looks like it's about 84.
Hi, my name is Laura. This is my first run rabbit ever. And I didn't expect this much rain, but luckily there's a tent. All the runners are still looking happy. I'm super impressed. So the vibes are good.
What brought you out here this year?
My friends Julie and Joan and their partners are running the 100-mile race. So they're here, so they haven't come through yet.
And you've been bringing lots of great energy here. You've got your glasses, you've got the green hair, and the cowbell. Love it. Thank you so much. And she's got a track for people coming through 463.
463. We can tell you who that is here. That is Julia Connors of Durango, Colorado.
Durango. There's some stud runners that have come out of Durango, that's for sure.
A few of them, yeah. It's a pretty...
Pull over some other crew over here.
Yeah, let's get some
if you
interviews
happen to
going.
see some people, that want to talk.
All right. We've got Ross here, I believe. Yeah. Where are you from?
Silverton, Colorado.
All right. And who are you here from?
Jennifer Baker, my wife.
All right. How's she doing out there?
Good. She's coming in any moment now. We're worried about how old it is, just because of all the rain. But she looks good at Fish Creek, and hopefully she keeps going.
Has she been out here before?
This is her second run rabbit.
Fantastic. Yeah. Both says she's looking to improve upon this year.
You know, she's had some injuries into this, so she was just hoping to finish, honestly. But yeah, she had last time she was here, she had a little crash, so hopefully she's in better shape when we see her this time.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Of course, you mentioned he was there to crew his wife, Jennifer Baker, going for her second finish here. Has a lot of mountain races. Ran the Telluride 24-miler earlier this year, Arches, Ultra, and Moab. Times at Kendall Mountain, Grand Traverse, so no stranger to the high country.
Looking to improve upon her finish last year. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's fantastic. How are you feeling? Are you staying warm out there, David?
We got up to Summit Lake just as Mary Denholm was leaving, and the storm was really kicking in. We got set up, and our media director, Zach, made an audible and said, let's go ahead and bump down and try to catch the leaders coming through here. So, I've got my jacket, and I've got my crew here with me that had some cameos, and we're having a good time. We've got lots of snacks, and staying fairly dry.
I think that's a good call. You can feel the energy that you've got here. So who are we talking to now?
All right, who are we talking to now?
This is Amelia Boone.
Yeah. Who are you out here for?
I have Zoe Rome and J. David.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Their team. What's their name?
Team Microsoft. I was like, oh god,
And we talked to Kylie earlier.
Yeah.
And I believe she was out here. She made some announcements online saying she was spraying mashed potatoes for Zoe.
Definitely spraying mashed potatoes. Yeah. We're giving her all the carbs at all times.
And how's her race?
I mean, they're doing well. They're hitting their splits. I mean, the weather is a wild card here, so it's cold. It's been raining, so we'll see. A lot of warm gear for them.
How have they been handling the aid station? Taking nice reset?
I mean, head through, just quick, like machine, I think the key everybody knows doing 100 is like get in and out of aid super quickly. So.
Have you lived in this race?
I did. I ran it in 2021.
All right.
Yeah.
And how, where do you see the crowds coming in? Or do you think weather's the moment right now?
I mean, I think weather, I think really the big thing here is fighting. I mean, they're wet and it's cold. And once you cross that line into hypothermia, like it's tough. It's tough to come back from. So I think that's really for all these racers, keep moving. Warm liquids, keep moving.
And have you been able to check out what the warm options are there, or where you guys have them?
I have not. I think they probably have broth, I'm assuming. I'm just guessing here. So.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Can she compare and contrast? I'm sorry. Can she compare and contrast the conditions this year versus when she ran it in 21?
Yeah. You want to contrast year versus year?
We did not have a lick of rain when I was out here. I know. It was chilly, but no rain. So that is definitely, definitely different. It's hard. Because I remember being cold at Dry Lake. I remember being freezing at Olympian, but we were dry. So you can survive.
Where was the point where you were able to get energy from the aid station, or where do you feel like you're able to get
all the aid stations are great here, and like the energy and all of them. Olympian is great because it's like big, multiple people come through. And so I really think everybody goes through kind of like highs and lows, and it's just really figuring out like how to tap into the people around you. They're great here at Dry Lake.
And you have any idea how they're doing in their stats?
I actually don't. I have limited service up here, so if somebody can tell me, let me know. Yeah.
Any other questions, Chris?
Team Microcosm is in 9th.
Okay, so currently her team is in 9th. Just want to give her a heads up.
Zoe and David are in
9th? Excellent.
All right. David, thanks for joining us, and I'm sure we'll see Amelia down here as well. So.
Fantastic. All right.
And yeah, folks, we are working on the on the audio out there, and once we get that, we will definitely talk to David further. David, thank you very much for the heads up out there.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers. So we are currently awaiting some setups of some other cameras on course. Right now you're seeing Dry Lake. I know that we're working on getting cameras set up here at Olympian Hall, and we're awaiting our first runners actually to Dry Lake in the Hares race. So we'll see when we get them, and when we do, we will bring them. We will get that information to you as quickly as possible.
Yeah, lots of cold, wet runners coming into Dry Lake, looking to get warm, a little bit dry under those tents if they can, and get some warm fluids in them. I think it's pretty important what Amelia said about hypothermia. I think that is a major risk for the runners here, especially as people slow down going into the night. If they're cold, wet, and tired, then there's a real risk of their body's thermoregulation not being able to keep up in these conditions.
That was bib number 637. We just saw coming in Joe Misho of Los Angeles, California, going for his second Run Rabbit Run finish. I do want to say, okay, so you looked at me like I had two heads there for a moment, Dan. I caught that. Recognize Amelia Boone with a beanie and a full-on coat, so...
For shame, Chris Warden.
I know.
For shame.
I mean, for those that aren't familiar, Amelia Boone has a long track record of amazing performances, and OCR, Virtuoso. Oh, wait, is this the beginning of our...
He looks cold.
That is...
Is that Matt Daniels?
No.
No.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Is there somebody in the Air Viper racing team at the front of the pack here today?
No, that's definitely a Tortoise. They look cold and shivering.
Yeah, but they weren't wearing much, so they were moving pretty quickly.
Or they forgot a jacket.
That's possible, too.
I mean, they are those Arizona runners.
As you can see, the Steamboat Springs temperatures are 47, which means up there, an extra 1,500 feet and rainy, you're probably talking...
Probably high 30s, I would guess.
So, yeah, actually, I'm glad that David did ask Amelia Boone about her experiences here. As in 2021, she was a ninth-place finisher. She did have, she's had several high mountain finishes. Bib number 486 right there.
486.
That is Heather Distad of Durango, Colorado, going for her first finish here.
Another Durangite. Oh, people are just throwing their numbers. Oh, 402. That was Hannah Agosta of Lakewood, Colorado.
Oh, so this is our first shot of where we are at right now. That camera is basically right below us. That is the Olympian Hall aid station. The first time the runners hit that, that'll be at mile 51. They hit it again at about mile 64. We do not have any hares there yet. We've got some tortoises that have made their way in. And if you're a tortoise and you've made it here, you're living pretty good.
You're moving pretty well. This is a great place to get. Is that Ryan? That's Ryan Sullivan. Steve Josepher says the one that we saw coming into.
Okay, so yeah, I thought that was.
Is he an R Viper Racing Team member?
I believe so.
So if so, I mean, if that is the case, then.
Yep, Ryan Sullivan is on the Air Viper Racing Team. Very fast guy.
That didn't look like him. I don't know. We'll see.
But he was wearing an Air Viper Racing Team kit.
Okay.
Like that was
So that probably was Ryan Sullivan. It's dark, and we didn't see the bib number. So they're moving so fast that we can't even see him. He looked a bit cold. I mean, yeah, he's running fast at the front, but he still probably should put on a jacket. I mean, I think would be to keep the moisture off of him or keep a little bit of heat in. But hey, I'm not a fast guy. So.
Yeah. Ryan is actually a Colorado member of the Air Viper Racing Team, so he is used to the weather elements a little bit more so than those of us that are desert dwellers. But yeah, Ryan's out of Grand Junction, Colorado. So, and you're talking about a guy at this point. He was one of 4 runners to kind of be out ahead. And, talking about, he's had a great season so far, finishing first at the San Juan Solstice 50-miler, finished second at JFK 50 last year, and finished third at Leadville last year. So
yeah, and it is Ryan Sullivan for sure, because, I mean, we just got an updated time on the Can-Do timer, 7:04:56 into Dry Lake.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. So. Okay. Okay. So Matt Daniels is right on his heels. Okay. That's what we know so far. That is the scene. And that'll enable us to actually start to do a little bit of comparison shopping when we're looking at the numbers of the 2025 runners to this point. Ryan Sullivan's 7:04:56 time registered at Dry Lake. I can pop that into the number counting machine thingy and see how that compares with recent vintage. 7:04:56 at Dry Lake.
We're going to have Shannon Lucas join with us here on the live set. Her son is racing the Run Rabbit Run 100, and we're happy to have her on and excited to hear what she has to share about her time out there.
Okay, Shannon Lukens.
Lukens, my
I'm news
apologies.
director for 7 radio stations here in Steamboat Springs. So this is what I do all day long. Love it. Former CNN news anchor and all that. So this is a big deal, and we're glad to have you here. The course is getting a little muddy and a little cold out there. One of the things that I just thought I'd mention is we have a lot of moose and bear. We got a lot of big moose, and they just hide in the trees until it's someone comes by. Hopefully everything's going to be good, but that's one of the things that I think people would be very concerned about right now is a little moose and little bear. But I think when they're running by, they'll get a little. The
Well, you
animals would not
had a
go.
bear encounter.
Yeah, I had a bear encounter this morning. I woke up in the van. I was sleeping here at Olympian Hall, and I heard the dog growling, and woke up, and I was like, what's going on? I looked out the window. There's a bear trying to climb into one of the dumpsters outside,
Yep.
so I just yelled a little bit, and he took right off.
So one of the rules we have here in Steamboat Springs, which I mention on the air every single day, is you have to lock your car doors every day because the bears will crawl right in, and if they get in and the door shuts, they destroy your car.
Oh.
And your van probably smelled so good.
Probably did.
So-
I'm glad I was in it.
Yes, so that's one of the rules is to keep your car doors locked all the times if you're visiting here, and because bears like to get in. But it's chilly out there. I am all bundled up. First time wearing all the ski clothes for the winter today, but it's very cold up there, and hopefully everything, it might be slippery, maybe a little concern of that, not sure.
What's your son's bib number?
I think it's 606. Penn Lukens.
Penn Lukens? All right.
He just did Never Summer, the 60K.
That race has an extremely tough reputation. Yeah.
Yes, and that is really high up. And he's done Leadville and all those things. And I was like, why would you want to do this? He says, Mom, my adventure level is different than yours. So yes, it is. But yes.
Well, that, and as a local, when he gets done, he can sleep in his own bed without a traverse to go across country or across state.
Yes, it's very easy. He just lives down the road and grew up right up the hill. And you are in very much Olympian Hall here. Do you realize the extent of this beautiful place you're in and how many Olympic athletes we've had? More than any town in North America, the Winter Olympic athletes.
Yeah, it has been one of the favorite features of coming here to cover this race every year is getting to hang out in Olympian Hall and seeing all the flags and getting to know how high regard the athletes are held here in Steamboat Springs and how much history is behind the training facilities here.
Yes, and we do have a swimmer. Blake Worsley was in the 2012 Olympics in England. So his banner is up here somewhere, but this is all of our Olympic athletes train right here at Howelson Hill, and they grew up training here. My son just grew up competing here after school. They all come right here at Howelson Hill. Is very, very historic as well. The longest continuously operating ski area in North America.
So can you describe what Penn's inspiration was to move into the trail and ultra space?
Oh, gosh. I don't want to speak for him. That's the thing. But I will say, he won't see this, I hope. But 3-time national champion. National champion in ski cross. Do you two know what ski cross is?
I do not.
I'm not even going to guess.
Okay. You have 4 or 6 skiers at the top of a course, and they say go, and they race down and go over jumps, and first one down advances on to the next level. So national champion in that, North American champion in half pipe skiing. So the half pipe, yes, and went to the World Championships, and in lacrosse, national champion in lacrosse at University of Colorado.
Wow.
So I don't know why he wants to do this. He just is a high pressure job as working at a trading floor at a hedge fund. And I think he's just out there alone and runs hard and just loves doing it. And we are all surprised. Amazing athletes here in this community and just everywhere. Hockey and skiing. And I said we had a swimming Olympian.
Looks like we've got
I didn't see the
more
TV
runners
screen.
coming in at, is that Dry Lake still? Yeah.
Yeah, Dry Lake. Checking to see if any. We have Ryan Sullivan, Jesse Rich, and JP Gilbin through Dry Lake at this point in time.
Okay, so I can compare. Ryan Sullivan came in at 7:04:50. Previous years, in 2023, the Stevens and Elam numbers were 7:48:40, give or take a couple seconds. And last year, Lockwood came in at 7:10:56. So
he's still under
the time from last year.
Yeah, that's amazing. So will you tell us your favorite things about living in Steamboat, Colorado?
It's a wonderful place. It's a little bit off the beaten path for the ski areas that are along the Front Range. Where are you two from?
Los Alamos, New Mexico.
I'm from Phoenix.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Yes, it's a wonderful community. It's a great place to raise your kids. It's actually a ranching community. And the reason Lincoln Avenue is so wide is they had cattle drives down Lincoln Avenue. So that's why it's wider, and then that's where all the cattle came through, right on Lincoln Avenue. And one year they said, no more cattle coming through, and one of the ranchers was standing there with 5,000 head, and we're going down Lincoln Avenue, and tore up all the brand new wooden sidewalks. So it's very much a ranching community. It's very important here, and we happen to have a world-class ski area right around the corner. So Steamboat Resort, as you know, it's 62 years old, and this is Howelson Hill, the oldest continuously operating ski area in North America. So it's very historical. It's a wonderful small community, but we have great athletes here. Great place to raise your kids. So that's why I like Steamboat, I guess.
Well, I don't blame you. It's absolutely gorgeous. This is the first time I'd actually been up to the start line area this year. I've been here. This is my third year covering this race. And I've always been kind of siloed here and in downtown, which I love. I mean, I love the fact that there are 20 or 30 restaurants within like a 3 or 4 block radius. And
really good ones.
Yeah, it's fantastic food here. So, but then getting to actually go up on the hill was kind of fun this morning and seeing that for the first time.
Did you ride the gondola?
I did not. I had to be here a little bit too early and hang out with him. So, but no, we had a great time. We went for coffee this morning at one of the local establishments. And, I personally, the only thing I don't love about Steamboat Springs is flying in. That's a rough one.
There are towns that are worse.
I believe it.
Telluride is like, whew.
Yeah. And the up and over from Denver is a little bit tough on my.
Yeah.
It is very quick. That is true.
120. Is that Matt Daniels right there? 120?
Bib 120 is not Matt Daniels.
Oh, okay.
So
no, it is. It is Matt Daniels of Erie, Colorado.
Oh, it is Matt Daniels.
Yeah, he just came into the aid station.
You're right.
I thought that's what he looked like. So he's just coming into the aid station. He's getting wrapped in Mylar. Looks like he must be pretty cold if they're wrapping him up in blankets.
My son?
Matt Daniels.
Matt Daniels.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So they'll get him wrapped up. He's sitting down. It's not usually a great sign, I'm going to say. But he has slowed down considerably from the other guys who are up there running. Ryan's having a great day, it seems. Absolutely cruising. I was talking to Brian Colmo, one of his crew members. He's also got David Roach out there as one of his crew members as well. That's his coach. So he's Brian said that Ryan, good grief, that's a hard sentence, is on a tear and that he is feeling good. He's really ready to hammer. And maybe a little too early to start hammering, but he's cruising down to Olympian Hall, that's for sure.
Well, if you've got the legs, as we've said all day, the second half of this race has a lot of runnable sections. I mean, you get so much climbing done very early on that if you've got anything left, especially those last several miles, you can come down the hill, from that final aid station, and it's not uncommon for us to see runners drop in sub 8-minute miles down that hill,
Right.
down to the finish. But yeah, it is definitely a different year than last year, and I think that the year before we had a little bit of rain, but it started earlier this year.
Yeah.
All the conditions that we've hit, we had some thunder bolts, some lightning.
Very, very frightening.
Thank you very much. Looks like we've got another runner.
I think that's Zach Garner. Maybe.
No, I think it was.
Thought he had a killer mustache like that.
That was Grant Barnett.
Okay.
Yeah. Grant Barnett of Salt Lake City, Utah, one of Harvey's picks.
Yep. Still the only 3 males out of Dry Lake are JP Gilbin, Jesse Rich, and Ryan Sullivan in reverse order. Ryan Sullivan has a 3-minute lead on Jesse, and Jesse has a 3-minute lead on JP.
One more thing before you go.
I'll do whatever you need.
Did
This is
Penn-
what I do all day. I love broadcast. Well, that's what I do.
Did Penn have expectations for this race, and is he meeting them to this point so far? How's his day going
I
overall?
think he's way ahead. And I was at covering another event tonight, so I just got here late. But my husband said he's about an hour ahead, so I
Okay.
don't know. And
That can be good, but it can also he might
I
need
don't
to.
know.
Down.
I
It's
don't-
hard to tell.
Yes.
It really is hard to tell.
I just, as his mother,
Feeling, and with these elements being as nasty as they are, because it's not going to get any warmer out there. Obviously, as a local, it's nothing that he's not going to have, or that he hasn't encountered before. But with this being his first 100-miler, you never know how you're going to feel when you go beyond your personal
Yes.
experience.
yes.
What year did he last run this race?
He has not run it before. He
Oh,
got
okay.
married this weekend last year.
Oh, wow.
So he did not run it on his wedding day, the day before. That was a reminder. Yes, he got married last year, so he couldn't do it last year. But he did Leadville and the Never Summer, so he's just really getting going on this. Not like he's the star of this or anything, but he is a Steamboat local doing this.
Well, shout out to his partner for allowing him to do this on their anniversary.
I know.
Though.
Well, yes, their anniversary's Sunday.
Oh,
but-
okay.
But last year it would have been like the wedding day, and she said, maybe we shouldn't. So yes, she's out there, and they're down there waiting for him, and they just called and said he's coming through. But this is really exciting to watch this.
Shannon, you said you're part of a 7-station cluster here in Steamboat
We have 7
Springs?
stations, Steamboat
Okay.
Radio News, and I'm the news director, so I do the news for the 7 radio stations. We're the #1 news source in Northwest Colorado.
Okay.
And I got a lot of pictures at the start today. And I got the start of them running by. So Steamboat Radio's Facebook page has that. And I'll have the pictures. I have to go home and edit them. But I'm getting some tonight, too. So people just can't believe this. And it's a community effort. The race gives back to the community with wonderful support of the nonprofits, and it's great. So we like supporting this, and we do have great athletes down. We have the Steamboat Gravel Ride. That's a huge biking event. That's a worldwide renowned event. So with that and with this and events like this, we really are a great athletic community. We're very fortunate to be here. And this setup that you have doing this is amazing. You guys are great.
It's
So
come
somebody in the
a long
chat
way.
just said, please tell Shannon to go downstairs. Penn will be at Olympian in any minute.
Uh-oh.
That is-
On that note,
But they want you to
Okay,
come back.
I
So
know.
come back and tell us how he's
yeah,
doing.
let us
said
know how
that.
he's doing.
The chat, they're saying, I love
Kara
listening to
Mars?
Shannon. Can
Kara
we
Mars
keep her
is
here?
awesome.
Okay, so Kara Mars is the one who told you to go downstairs.
Okay, I'm going down. I'll
All
come
right.
back if you want me to.
Awesome.
Please do.
Yeah, no, Shannon, thank you so much for joining us. Shannon Lukens, here to take care of and crew her son. And kindred spirits, as somebody who worked in small town regional radio, I can definitely identify. And so she's going to go and take care of her son, Penn.
Did you pull up her resume, Chris? That's amazing.
No, well, that was she did mention she was part of a 7-station cluster. And
Yeah, no, that's awesome that you're able to find her that quick.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Get some great info on her and ask her some cool questions about herself.
Yeah, no, it was great to have her in here, and you could tell, I would say that give her a week and she's going to take both our jobs.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, yeah. No, she can absolutely take my job. She's way better at it than I'll ever be.
Yeah, she looking forward to see what she finds out about her son. We've got a handful of runners that have hit Dry Lake. As we mentioned, Ryan Sullivan in the lead, Jesse Rich, J.P. Giblin, Craig Hunt, Grant Barnett, Adam Reintz, Matt Daniels. Those are the 7 who have hit Dry Lake at mile 44.5. Those runners will next be heading here to Olympian, and they will be joining their crews right down there where you can see. We've got a shot of the aid station here at Olympian Hall. And this aid station is going to be full of nonstop action until the wee hours of the morning. I can't remember exactly when it shuts down because the runners will hit this twice. They'll hit it at mile 51, as most of these runners have the first time. I don't think anybody is actually to the second time here. That would be the 64-mile mark. But this aid station is hopping, and I told our producers when they were trying to set up some media for us here, be careful because space is at such a premium in that aid station. All of the runners hitting it twice. You've got a drop bag station. You've got a hot food line in the background there. A whole lot of energy. I remember the first year we covered this, there was a woman who was running, and I was just heading down there with a camera, and she was kind of sitting in the stairwell trying to compose herself. We didn't spend too much time focusing on her, but just as a passing glance, there were several people that were interested in finding out her bib number so they could follow her because they wanted to see her rally and revive. So, this is the station where they do that. A lot of people will spend ample time warming up here. You can see runners on the left-hand side kind of trying to get a little bit warmer before they head for that lane of pain loop.
Yeah, it looks like, a couple people have been sitting there a little bit of time. This is a place where you're going to have to sit down and, when I was talking to my crew before this event, they said, don't go in Olympian Hall. They said it's warm, it's inviting, you're not allowed to go in there. And I've actually never gone in this part of the aid station when running the race. So
probably a good idea.
Yeah, it was a really good idea. I did see a lady with an Iowa Hawkeyes sweatshirt on, and I'm wondering if that's our D1 wrestler there in blue.
Oh, that's right. Well, let's check the Tortoise standings at this point to see who has hit Olympian. Matt McDonough has hit Olympian.
So that's him
That's
right
probably there. Him. For those that are new to the broadcast, thanks for tuning in to the Run Rabbit Run live stream. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Dan Ryan.
And we're talking about Matt McDonough. Matt McDonough is a 2-time NCAA wrestling champion at 125 pounds for the University of Iowa. So you're talking a world-class athlete.
An absolute world-class athlete. I mean,
Yeah.
That is a amazing feat. Iowa has produced some amazing wrestlers.
Olympians.
And we've got one sitting right there in Olympian Hall aid station. Fitting.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going back to Dry Lake. That's Anthony Lee.
Yep, Anthony Lee. He is at every race, I swear.
Yeah.
He is just if he's not competing, he's there supporting, crewing, pacing, whatever have you. Anthony Lee, definitely a great ambassador for the sport, getting taken care of by his crew at Dry Lake.
Yeah, and you can differentiate the hares from the hares are going to be red. You can see one there on Anthony, and then the ones for the tortoises are yellow, yellowish greenish color. So there's a good differentiator between the two.
And the tortoises, and the hares rather, start at 1 and go up to about 200, and the tortoises are in the 400s and 500s and beyond.
Looks like his crew is helping him out and pushing him out of that aid station. He looks to be in good spirits, although I'm not sure Anthony's ever been in bad spirits. He's about to head down, putting on some warm gear, getting his lights on. He's got a waist light and a headlamp, it looks like, and he's out. His person looks a bit cold.
And that is at Dry Lake, where it is
not so dry.
No. It was raining harder earlier, though. So I will say I'm impressed by the level of energy that is being shown by the volunteers, the crews, and everybody out there at Dry Lake, though. It definitely feels like they're doing everything they can to keep those runners optimistic, upbeat, and engaged, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like we got blankets set up with some food and some crew there, filling up some tail. Got our bibs on upside down. Can't tell it's a pace or it's a recep.
When you ran this race, did you have crew pacers, the whole shebang, or?
I had 2 pacers.
Okay.
I had a mean pacer and a nice pacer. Abby Hughes, shout out. She was the mean pacer. She would not let me sit down. She was very mean. And then I had Brian Colmo pace me from Dry Lake to the finish. And I kind of went through it that night going up to Billy's Rabbit Hole. That was a fight for sure. Pouring rain, absolutely a downpour, soaked to the bone. So I feel for these runners out here kind of going through these conditions. It's that time of year in Steamboat where they're kind of getting some afternoon thunderstorms, potentially into the night. And yeah, it can be a torrential downpour. Versus last year, even when Brian ran it, it was pouring. It wasn't pouring rain, sorry. It was hot last year. Like, it was downright hot all night long last year. So really the conditions at Run Rabbit are what they are during any given week. We had another runner come in there. I missed his bid number, but he had a pacer, so it's definitely a Tortoise. People are kind of having trouble finding their crews at this aid station. I will say when I got to this aid station, it was still light outside. I had to turn my light on going down into Fish Creek, like headed down towards Olympian Hall.
Of course, the time elapsed is showing the time elapsed for the Hares race, but the Tortoises, you would add 4 hours.
Correct.
So those runners, the Tortoises started at 9 a.m. today, local time. So they're at just under 11 and a half hours at this point. The Hares started at 1 p.m., so that's, as you can see, 7.5 hours in. And as we mentioned, the lead men pack that has hit Dry Lake is Ryan Sullivan, Jesse Rich, JP Giblin, all running close to last year's winning times. Not as fast as 2023's, but all moving very well. Someone who is a joy to watch run because he's going to give you something to talk about one way or another. He leaves it all out there. He runs very aggressively, and has no shyness about going out and grabbing the race by the reins. As I mentioned, after he secured a golden ticket for Western States at Bandera a few years ago, he raced Black Canyon a couple weeks later and was leading out from the front there, too. So even with a golden ticket in hand, it didn't stop him. The day didn't go the way he had hoped that year, but at the same time, he was, looks like we had another hare there, but JP Giblin being in the top 3 is going to make it interesting, as is Matt Daniels. Matt Daniels in the near the front of the pack as well. But right now, Ryan Sullivan, currently your men's race leader.
Yeah, looks like we got another hare there. I didn't see the number. It looked like 180 something, but don't quote me on that one.
We can speculate a little bit.
Maybe it was a 3 and it was Tyler Fox. 130.
Could be. He was up near the front of the pack. Yeah, Tyler Fox just hit Dry Lake. So
yeah, and it looks
130. Yeah,
and it looks like Matt has fallen off. It looks like he took a fairly long pit stop there at Dry Lake. Matt came in at left at 7:20. And Ryan left at 7:04 versus Summit Lake, where Matt came in at 4:49 and Ryan came in at 4:50. So in that last section, Ryan put the bricks to him a little bit and hammered it down that section and opened up a gap. But he doesn't have much of a gap on Jesse Rich. He's only about 3 minutes ahead of Jesse, 6 minutes ahead of JP. So still anybody's race. in the Hares. We still have yet to see our first female, Mary Denholm, come into Dry Lake. So we're still waiting on them. Probably another 10, 15 minutes potentially until we see Mary.
Okay, it looks like
Unless I'm wrong.
looks like Matt Daniels is getting tended to there at Dry Lake, and we'll keep tabs on that. Don't know what's going on necessarily, but and don't want to speculate too much. But it sounds like he's consulting with some people, giving him checking him out there at Dry Lake. Of course, Dan, you mentioned that you got to Dry Lake in daylight. When you got back to this aid station for the second time, I assume it was dark.
Oh, it was very dark.
What's,
Mentally and literally.
looking at how they are welcoming and taking in runners, what was it like coming in out of the darkness? Looks like we saw Bib 774 there. So, coming back into Dry Lake, how good did it feel to see this kind of attention being given to you?
I honestly don't remember a whole very dark spot from Dry Lake probably through Long Lake. It was a really, really long, my IT band had gone on me, and it was a really long way from Dry Lake to Long Lake. The sun came up about Summit Lake, so I remember that. I remember joking on the trail with my good friends, but I remember that climb because it was just a very hard climb up to Billy's Rabbit Hole in terms of the rain, the slipperiness of the trail. Coming up to Dry Lake and seeing the party going on was exciting. It was nice to get a little bit of a reprieve. I probably should have taken a little bit more advantage of that aid station, gotten some more food and fuel in, and then pushed through it. But yeah.
We just want to give a heads up. I just saw that bib number that came into Dry Lake. It looks like that was 774, Brian Webb of Arvada, Colorado, going for his first Run Rabbit Run finish. Shout out to him. Ran Leadville a few years ago, so this isn't his first time in that high country here in Colorado. And yeah, we are anxiously awaiting our first women to hit the aid station at Dry Lake the first time around. And the next watch point for the men's lead pack is going to be right here below us at Olympian Hall.
Yep, they'll be coming through here. I think live camera here at Olympian Hall. Looks like some crews are starting to gather. Some people are starting to gather, and we're going to be having some hares, tortoises coming through for the rest of the night. So
this area, I don't know if it's going to be affected due to the fact that it rained here pretty substantially just a little bit ago, but that whole infield area becomes packed with people. Every runner hits the aid station twice, so even the lead pack and the back of the pack or mid pack, tend to hit it, fairly close to one another. And of course, everybody's setting up. This is the one place where you can post up to see your runner twice consecutively without moving. So it becomes a bit of a madhouse. And I do like, when we have breaks in our broadcast, heading down there to kind of take in the energy and I'll talk to crews, I'll talk to pacers and get some intel from runners and the people supporting them to see how their runners are doing. Yeah, and one of the things I've noticed is that as time goes on, people understand that it's okay to give us a little bit of insider intel. That we're here to do our best to cover the race to the best of our ability and give these runners their shine. Speaking of shine, I want to shout out to bib number 657 there, hitting Dry Lake. That is our Michael O'Bara.
Oh, nice.
I thought that number was familiar. So Michael O'Bara, we interviewed him. If you want to check out that discussion Zach Marion had with him yesterday, Michael O'Bara of Rhode Island is a type 1 diabetic, and he is in the Tortoise race. But frankly, he would be right at home in the Hares race, to be honest, as well. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's, this year this is his 400 miler. He has 2 top 10 finishes at other events. He has run Vermont 100 this year. He had a 7th place finish at Old Dominion 100 and a 9th place finish at Rocky Raccoon. So he likes to not only run 100 milers, but run established historic 100 milers.
Yeah.
Because all of those races have been around for quite a while, as has this one.
Yeah, and those are all more, centrally to East Coast located events.
Yeah.
And this seems to be him dabbling into the adventure that is the mountains of the West.
You're partial to the high mountain, hard as heck races, that's for sure. Although he ran Jigger Johnson in 2023, and he ran Massanutten Mountain Trails in 2023 as well. It seems like maybe he just kind of picks a year where he's going to do some hard things, and then years where he's going to do like maybe not quite as hard things.
Yeah. I'm just still running 100 milers, so.
Yeah, there's no such thing as an easy 100 miler, no matter what anybody says.
And I believe he is our type 1.
Yep, that
Diabetic
is the
runner.
type 1 diabetic runner.
So he runs with an insulin pump on. And honestly, it's hard to keep my nutrition straight when I'm running. So keeping my nutrition and my insulin straight while running would be way too much for me.
Yeah.
So absolutely huge shout out to him on what he's able to accomplish. And he's never had a DNF. So
One of my good friends, Pat Votruba, is a local runner to the Phoenix area. He's run, he hasn't done any 100 milers, but he's run up to the 50-mile distance. And Pat is a type 1 runner as well. And, like watching him, navigate the extra levels of complications as a type 1 runner is pretty daunting to witness and also inspiring too. So shout out to him. And he also is very well involved in the Type 1 run. I know it's a fundraising series of events that take place around the country that helps to raise funds for Type 1 diabetics. So shout out to all of our runners, and especially to our Type 1 runners who are out here as well. At Run Rabbit Run, the 100-miler is underway, the Tortoises and the Hares, presented to you by Altra and H2All. Dan, I had my first sampling of Colorado pizza here just a few moments ago.
how was it?
Wasn't bad.
Wasn't bad?
It wasn't earth-changing.
I wouldn't expect it to be. It's not very famous.
No, it's definitely, it doesn't have the same cachet. I mean, I grew up, about an hour from O'Hare Airport, so I've experienced some pizza. Of course,
Those are cakes.
well, see, real ones know that Chicago style is the square tavern cut, slightly burnt with a single piece of sausage on each piece.
That sounds delicious.
That's how Chicago-style pizza is done. The deep dish is for when your friends and aunts and uncles come in from out of town. So you have it like once or twice a year. It's good, but it's an obligation. Yeah, real Chicago-style is the thin crust stuff. And those who spend any time in the city, you know what I'm talking about. So it was totally fine. I mean, shout out to Bojo's. The crust was pretty intense.
Was
it? It was definitely a lot of crust. I don't know how the producers thought of it. I don't know if they enjoyed it as much as they had hoped, but it was fine.
Is there any left?
Yeah.
I
there's
might
some
have
over there.
to try a piece.
But yeah, the Chicago style thing is one that's always irked me as far as the deep dish is not the true Chicago style pizza. That is the tourist special. But back here to Steamboat Springs as part of the Rabbit Run live stream. Shout out to the Run Rabbit folks for having Mountain Outpost here for the third consecutive year. Chris Warden, Dan Ryan, hanging out at Olympian Hall. We are basically right above what you're seeing right there. We are on the second floor. That is the first floor, the ground floor of the Olympian Hall. This is normally a ski facility, but for this weekend in September, it turns into a big way station at the Run Rabbit Run 100-mile race. And we are following and supporting all of these runners. We started with the beginning of the Tortoise race this morning at 9 a.m. local time. Those runners are just under 12 hours into their day. The Hares started at 1 p.m. We are going to go wire to wire. We're going to take a quiet break this evening, but we're going to have some, I believe, some static cam footage. Perhaps this shot will be what we have of the runners into the overnight. We're going to give our voices a break for a little while.
Give your guys' ears a break.
Give your ears a break. Maybe we'll throw on some, some catchy tunes.
Some Altra.
And it looks like we've got more runners coming into
Olympian Hall?
No.
Dry Lake.
Is that Mary Denholm?
That looks, yep, that's a, whoa, wobbly. That is, I believe that is. What was the number?
I think.
I believe we have F1.
Yeah, that was Mary Denholm.
Yep. F1 is into Dry Lake. Nice work, Mary. Getting crew, getting dry gloves, looks like. Dry jacket, dry everything. Oh, man, I wouldn't want to stand still too long at all. She running with a pack or with hand bottles? Or
I looks like... I think she had a pack. Okay, yeah, so they're actually replacing bottles in the pack, which is inside her jacket.
Gotcha.
Mary Denholm, a two-time Olympic trials runner for the marathon. A very, very fast runner. When she ran Black Canyon earlier this year, she led out from the start. Wasn't able to keep that pace up, but Mary won Leadville last year in historic fashion and also finished second at JFK 50. So has run up to this distance and also run at high elevation. She is part of her team here is, along with Jeff Stern, the two Hares from 40. In the Ultra Runner of the Year balloting for Ultra Running Magazine for North America, she was the 7th place UROY last year. So Mary, an extremely talented runner, and we're going to kind of keep eyes on her to make sure and follow when she leaves Dry Lake. We'll see if she's had...
And we are getting joined again here by Shannon Lukens in the studio, who went down and took care of her son. We have female F1 here in Dry Lake Aid Station on the screen. How's everything going down there?
Well, it looks like it's going great. People are coming in calmly and going in and getting warm. So the room downstairs just randomly changing clothes into warm clothes. We have the Steamboat Springs Figure Skating Club passing out snacks. So these wonderful, beautiful girls have snacks lined up everywhere, and everybody's going to get warm things, and they're getting dry clothes. I'll tell you, shout out to a lot of the dads out there, because you see the dads as support crew. So we decided we're going to have Team Dad as support crew for so many of these athletes. It's dark, it's cold, and it's a little chilly, but my son just kept running, and it looks like they're doing great. But everything down there in the Olympian Hall down lower, in the lower level, it's really full of action.
And this is kind of nice because after he leaves here, your next opportunity to see him is going to be right back here, so you can kind of relax for at least a little bit.
Yes, if I stay. If I stay. No, we have a whole team supporting him. And what was interesting at the start this morning, I took pictures for Steamboat Radio's social media, and everybody had team shirts, neon team shirts of pirate team and a pirate flag and Team Noah and hot pink and bright yellow. So it was really interesting. Great support crew. And it's a hard thing to be a support crew as well. So the athletes are doing the hard work, but it's great to have good people to back them up.
Yeah, I have to say that one of the things I was impressed by is how the community really kind of wraps its arms around this event. We've been to a lot of races in a lot of communities, and in some places, like for instance, some communities in Hard Rock just totally become wrapped up, and it sounds like Steamboat is no exception. I know that last year, one of the things that amazed me is that they had members of the high school football team working the aid station at the top of the mountain here in town during homecoming weekend.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so like that's
Well,
the kind of thing. I
yeah.
mean, you can't help but be inspired. So to hear that other younger athletes are out here as well,
Yes. Our beautiful
helping these
figure
runners,
skating club is all downstairs.
that's fantastic.
Now, our Steamboat football team is in Aspen playing the skiers right now.
Yeah, that's what we
so
heard.
they will not be helping, and it's pouring down rain there as well.
Oh, no.
So they're also cold, but it is chilly outside. Lots of support. Lots of Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club employees and staff and coaches are manning the rooms, making sure people don't come in. It's just athletes allowed in the room down there to get their dry bag, get some food, take a moment to relax. And it really, really is running beautifully and smoothly. And
Oh.
shout out to Paul Sachs and his team.
Looks like Mary is about ready to go back out of Dry Lake.
Keeping an eye on her.
Yeah, keeping an eye on her. Seeing F2.
The man, the myth, the legend himself, Hans Troyer in the chat. Shout out Hans. Great to see you here. Asking if Matt Daniels made it into the aid station safely. The answer to that is yes, but we don't know if we've seen him leave yet. Looked like he wanted to get some things checked out before he moved out from Dry Lake. But yeah, so shout out Hans, and we will see what we find out about Matt Daniels. So.
Thank you for
Hey,
having me. I
no,
love to give
Shannon.
a little bit of local flavor.
Yeah,
to the
we
broadcast.
appreciate it. No, thanks for the background and giving us some intel on who's helping out downstairs. And they kind of have to be stringent upon who heads in down there because
Yes.
there's not a lot of room down there.
No.
And runners hit it twice, and you've got all of them coming here.
And I didn't know, and I'm media. I walked right in, like taking pictures, like, oh, this isn't too bad, and I didn't know I wasn't supposed to go there. But then, as media, they let me in. But good luck. And are you all staying up all night doing this?
No, we're going to
You need a
probably
coffee?
sign off about midnight, and then I don't know. Are you going to be back on in the morning?
I think I'm back on later in the morning.
I think I'm on late morning, early
Well, I
afternoon.
got some great pictures of you, so they'll be
Oh,
on
thank
Steamboat
you.
Radio's Facebook page.
Oh, thanks.
Very
We'll have to
good.
check that out.
Action photos.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you very much
Thank you
for
very
letting me
much.
jump in here and say hello and tell you a little bit about this wonderful community of Steamboat Springs.
We
Yeah,
appreciate
thank
your
you.
time. Thank you so much. Shannon Lukens, a leader of a local 7-station cluster here in the Steamboat Springs area, sharing her experience, expertise, and her time as a crew for her son Penn, who is running his first 100-miler.
Yeah, he's cruising right along. He's doing great to get to Olympian Hall at 8:50ish at night. Great background about the town of Steamboat, and a lot of great history here in Steamboat. And I think it's another one of those events that has a great community surrounding it.
Yeah, I love to see it. When they throw their arms wholeheartedly around an event such as this, you can't help but want to be here. The energy is so great. I mean, as of right now, we can hear the energy out at the actual Olympian aid, which is maybe roughly 150 feet to our left.
Yeah,
and out the door.
People cheering for people coming in. Come through.
Yeah, Hans Troyer was actually out at Dry Lake. I could see the bread emojis in the chat for Hans. That is no surprise there. Hans, maybe you have to come back and run Rabbit. You can get a hell of a lot of bread for $20,000.
You can get a lot of bread. You can get a flight to France to eat some croissants and baguettes in France.
Of course, yeah, we're kind of rotating between two spots on course right now. We're at Dry Lake, which is what you're seeing right now, and our setup here at Olympian Hall. Of course, it has gotten quite dark out here, and we are appreciative for the shots we can get. That was bib number 138. Let's find out who that is. That was Galen Hecht of Anchorage, Alaska, making his way to Dry Lake.
Yep, looks like we got runner 501 just came into Dry Lake. 501. That's Kevin Flannery of Arvada, Colorado. A couple Arvadas, a lot of Durangos too we've seen.
Well, it's not that far.
No, it's about 4 hours.
And if you're living in Durango, you might as well be a long-distance runner. It's about the best way to make friends in that town.
Yeah, it's potentially the only way to make friends in that town. That or mountain biking.
Yeah, there's definitely a big mountain biking crew there, so. I haven't spent a ton of time in Durango proper. I go through it every year, multiple times.
Yeah.
On my way to Silverton, Colorado.
Best place on earth.
It's up there. It's absolutely up there. I love Silverton, but I'm beginning to love Steamboat more and more, with the exception of that flight in.
You make it sound like they put you on like a paper airplane.
No, it's an Embraer, but it's just mountain flying is not my favorite thing in the world.
Because shaky?
A little bit.
Yeah.
So is the plane.
Yeah, true. Little plane, big mountains. Not a great combination.
Yeah. But we are watching runners as they actually get to a Dry Lake and to a Olympian Hall here. And we'll be bouncing back and forth on those two places. It is just before 9 p.m. We're going at least until midnight from the sound of things. If we have something, big happening, or if we have like lead runners hit a point that we've got access to, we'll stick around and until that shakes itself out. That's one of the things that we insist upon at Mountain Outpost is making sure we bring as much coverage as possible to you with the resources at our disposal. This weekend we're a little light on crew members.
Yeah,
but we're doing our best to keep things moving and engaged. We caught an interview with Amelia Boone at Dry Lake. We should see if she wants to come in here and hang out with us.
Sit on the couch and
She's
chat with us.
Great conversation. I've heard her on many a podcast.
Yeah, we should try and snag her to come on in here. I believe whose crew is she with?
Zoe Roms.
Oh, okay.
She's a veteran of this race. A lot of high mountain races. She ran high-low this year. She's done it all in this aspect of the sport. So maybe we'll see if she'll come back and check here in person. So we were talking about Kevin Flannery of Arvada, 6-time finisher, going for his 7th finish of this race. Keeps coming back.
Wow. 7 finishes at Run Rabbit Run. What do you know what the record amount of finishes here is?
I don't have that, but I can tell you that the highest number for a runner this year is going for their 10th. That much I do know. So we've got one runner going for their 10th, one for their 9th, one for their 8th, 2 for their 7th, 2 for their 6th, and a handful for their 5th here at Run Rabbit Run. Travis Longcar in the chat. Flights into Steamboat are, yeah. So Travis and I actually were on the outbound flight together last year after the race. It was him, myself, and Jamil Curry all kind of sitting close to one another. Well, Jamil was kind of passed out sleeping. That's what he does.
Yep.
He grabs sleep whenever he can.
Don't let him sit still.
No. Because he doesn't sit still very often.
Arlen has moved up considerably into Dry Lake, and I was anticipating seeing that from him. He moved up about 6 or 7 places, it looks like, on the tracker.
It looks like he's in 4th or 13th now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's staying steady, and I think that's what Arlen does best, is stays fairly steady through the race.
Well, Arlen also is a master of spending less time in aid stations than anyone.
Yeah.
He insists on being so efficient. His sisters do an excellent job of crewing him. I've seen them at many events, both trail and road. I mean, I watched them at Cocodona. I've seen them at Desert Solstice, Javelina. They know how to take care of him, and they do such a great job of doing so. And I can see Arlen running 100 miles at a race and having maybe between 5 and 10 minutes of stoppage time. That's how quick he is.
Yeah.
Like, it's basically get me refills and get me going. Like, Arlen is so efficient. It's pretty amazing. You know what? That's what Karl Meltzer used to say, is that one of the keys to his success was not necessarily that he was the fastest knockdown drag-out runner, but the fact that he just wouldn't stop for extended rest time at aid stations or mess around. The guy was all business.
He's very quick at
Yeah.
aid stations. Carl's actually my coach currently, and he harps on aid station efficiency because that's where you can make up so much time during one of these events, right? There's 15 aid stations here at Run Rapid Run, and if you spend 4 minutes at each, that's an hour of aid station time.
That's a good point.
If you spend a minute at each, that's only 15 minutes, so you've made up 45 minutes in that amount of time. So aid station efficiency is something Carl definitely preaches.
Yeah, it throws the calculations off. I've had like less than 10 minutes, less than 5 minutes at an aid station in 50-mile races, but I've also spent my most recent 100-miler spent over 2 hours at aid stations because I was having all sorts of problems. Not that it was anything I could have worked around, but those things catch up with you when especially if you're a back of the pack or that's chasing the cutoffs, and if you're at the front of the pack, efficiency is the name of the game.
Yep, for sure. Looks like we got some more runners coming in here to Dry Lake. A lot of the action happening up at Dry Lake. A little bit of action happening down here at Olympian Hall. We have our top 12 men through, and then we have our F1 through Dry Lake. Mary Denholm, followed shortly by Arlen Glick, Galen Hecht, and Joseph Pendleton. So everybody's moving around the course and hopefully having a great time out there.
I'm really intrigued to see how much the separation is between Mary Denholm and the rest of the women out there. She had a 10-minute lead on Becca Bramley and an 11-minute lead on Riley Brady. So Mary got there at 7:43:02, and it is now 7:58, and no sign of the F2, F3. But we will see how far back they are. I will say that, and you caught it, Mary looked a little bit chilly out there, and we'll see if she was able to, get everything she needed for this next stretch.
She did look incredibly cold, a little bit rushed at the aid station as well. They took their time, but she seemed to want to get out of there quick and keep moving. They put some fresh bottles in. They hopefully got her some dry gloves. Those were the first thing I think she pulled off at the aid station were the gloves. And I don't know about you, Chris, but when my hands get cold, like I don't like it. But two, it kind of dampens my spirits a lot. Warm hands, warm heart, happy day.
I live in Arizona, and we don't do cold hands. So I would say I can probably count on one hand, no pun intended, the number of times I've had cold hands during a run. And I mean, I do, anytime it's under 60, I carry gloves.
Oh, wow. That's wild. 60 is like perfect. 60 is perfect for
it's cold.
60
is cold.
Liar. It's going to be cold out there tonight. Right now it's 49 degrees in Steamboat Springs, which probably means it's closer to 40 up at Dry Lake, where all those volunteers are standing there out in the cold. So shout out to those guys for being here helping. Also, our runners are going to be, traversing through those temperatures, and it's only going to get colder as the night goes on. If we want to discuss the weather.
Yes. And here's Dan with the weather.
So tonight we got a cold front coming now. So tonight we're going to have some low temperatures. We're going to have a little bit of upward temperature till about 11. It's going to be 52 down here in Steamboat. But looking into early tomorrow morning, we're going to get all the way down to 41 in Olympian Hall, which means some of those sinks that are in the backcountry are going to be cold. They could even have some frost up there. It's going to be a cold morning. And if people get done before 11 a.m., 10 a.m., they're not going to have any issues with rain again. But if they start pushing into that 11, 12 o'clock time frame, I think that they're going to get hit by another round of thunderstorms. So I hope that those people who are out there running have the opportunity to change into dry layers, wool layers, things that are going to keep them warm through the night and keep them dry, because they're going to get hit by another set of thunderstorms tomorrow if they aren't finishing in the early hours in the morning.
Oh, I have a note that Hurricane Stephen Cornelius has has dropped out. For those unfamiliar with Steven, he is he was a local. I don't know if he still lives here in town, but he had moved here to train for this race. And he was a story that we were following last year, and it looks like he was coming back for redemption, but apparently his day did not go as planned. I want to give a list of the withdrawals to this point in the Hares race that we can confirm. Looks like Devin Olson, Scott Day, Seth Wheeling, Tommy Sullivan, Zachary Ricks, Scott Schrader, Cody Robinson, Brittany Peterson. That one's a big surprise. Mike Cole, Stephen Cornelia, Kelly Brophy, Jack Sutherland, Kendra Joseph, Craig Hoekstra, and Kyle Kraft. Those are your withdrawals from the Hares race to this point.
Live look from Dry Lake. Do we have another lady in here?
Let's take a look. I don't think. Wait,
Is that Riley? No.
Yeah, that's Riley.
Is that Riley Brady?
Yeah, that's Riley Brady.
Yep. F2 into the aid station. Let me make sure that that's F2. They're getting out of there quick. Yep, got to make that left turn to start down the hill to Olympian Hall. Nice work, Riley, and we'll see you when you get to Olympian Hall.
We'll see if we can get an official time on Riley Brady.
She spent significantly less time at Olympian Hall.
Yeah, absolutely.
They will be headed down the hill to see us shortly. And then in front of her, we have Mary Denholm. So potentially things tightening up in the...
Well, actually, Mary got... I didn't catch when Mary left, but Mary hit the aid station at 7:43, but spent ample time there. I think that you're probably looking at about kind of a push in terms of where they're at as far. Riley maybe about 10 to... somewhere between 10 and 13 minutes back. But that also means that Riley has passed Becca Bramley, who was previously our running F2. And Riley now on the hunt for Mary Denholm, which we've seen before. We saw that this year earlier at Black Canyon. As I mentioned earlier, one of the more dramatic moments of covering this year, Riley Brady passed Mary Denholm right at Gloriana Mine 8 at mile 24 of that race. And you could see Riley kind of, I think, acknowledge Mary as they went by, but then Riley just turned it on and just absolutely crushed it the rest of the way. Mary, unfortunately, ended up withdrawing a little bit later on, but had run very well the first 25 or so miles.
Yeah, Becca and Riley at the last aid station were only separated by a minute of time. So if Becca's fading, I would anticipate to see her in 5 or 6 minutes. 135. Who's bib 135? Another Hare just came in. We should be seeing Becca at any point, though, if she hasn't slipped.
Yeah.
It could just be, running faster on that downhill section. So at any point, we could see Becca Bramley. Oh, I got some interesting info on Becca from a friend of mine who's out there. From her friend Katie, who's on her crew. Katie said that she's 29. She ran last year but dropped here at Olympian because she took a wrong turn on the lane of pain. She's got a short hair pointer. It's her number one training partner besides Katie, and she will be channeling Harper's energy when she gets low. So she might have to be channeling some of that Harper energy right now. Also, she's getting married in 3 weeks.
Oh, wow. And we're going to keep an eye on things here at Olympian Hall. I think we're about that point. Let's see, it's about 8:06 in. And last year, the lead men, Richard Lockwood, hit Olympian at 8:07. So we're going to keep an eye on our cameras here to see if we've got any idea on our first men coming through in the Hares race. So that right there is Olympian Hall. If they are on track with last year's lead men, it's going to be right in the next couple of minutes, although it is much worse in terms of conditions. So we'll see what we've got here.
Getting a live look of Olympian Hall. Aid station, the outside, that's where the crews are allowed to be. They're allowed to be set up out there. So we're going to see who's coming in. We don't have a field cam there, but we do have an aid station camera. So
yeah, that is the interior right there. That previous shot is basically just outside our door here. So if we were to stand up and walk over 20 paces to our left, that would be what we see here. So we are sharing that here at the Run Rabbit 100. Run Rabbit Run 100-mile race. The Tortoise and the Hares are underway. The 50-miler will be starting tomorrow morning. Special thanks to our sponsors, Altra and H2All, for taking care of us here. Definitely partaking in many bottles of H2All so far. Helped me wash down that Colorado-style pizza.
I hate how much I liked it.
You got something for us, buddy?
I do.
All right, this is Nick from H2L, going to join us here as we're awaiting the lead men to get into Olympian Hall. Welcome back, Nick.
What a night.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
What a day, what a night, right?
What are you seeing out there?
Real weather. I remember 3 years ago running this race with Richard Lockwood, and he excelled in this environment. And so when we're looking at what our splits looking like and things like that, we can refer back to that race because it was kind of similar to this.
Probably
race.
more accurate. When like last year was pretty clear, pretty
nice.
easy. So
Yep, that's right. Thought I would check in. Steamboat Sailors are up 35-0 on the Aspen Skiers
in a road game.
In a road game all the way down in Aspen. So exciting news there. 35-0. The Sailors are up on the Skiers. So proud of those guys.
Nice. We actually had Shannon Lukens here in the studio with us. As I guess news director for the local station cluster here, and was talking about how I get how big of a deal that is out there, and also talking about how
she definitely represents the community and knows it very well. But
we were talking about her taking our job because she's so good at talking about.
She actually started, I believe, quite a few years ago. I don't know when. Back in Aspen, there's a story of her. They had a pie in the face, and then she took it upon herself to rectify that situation. It was quite interesting. You can find it on YouTube.
Looks like we have our first men's runner. Jesse Rich has hit Olympian.
Oh, wow.
8:02:48. That would be.
So he overtook Ryan Sullivan.
There's a lot of jockeying. So actually coming in a few minutes ahead of Lockwood's 2024 time. Not quite as fast as Dave Stevens and Jimmy Elam. They came in 5 seconds ahead, within 5 seconds of one another back in 2023 at 7:48. They were really flying. Not that getting in here at 8:02 at not the race at that point, but. Of course, he is going to head out on the Lane of Pain loop and see us back again in about 13, 14 miles.
Got another runner coming across your screen, meeting up with his crew, waiting for the next male to come in, hare to come in. Ryan was wearing an Arvipa kit, right?
Yeah, the red, orange, yellow kit was what I would. Well, but then again, he might have thrown on another layer too. True. As well. Because it's definitely gotten to that point. So these conditions, Nick, are pretty similar to what you ran the race in?
Yeah. Let's go back. I guess it was 3 years ago now was that time, and it was pretty rough. And it was actually starting now as you're heading back out, getting to that exposed area into the Grouse Creek area. You're really exposed in that area, and definitely got tough at that moment.
Did you have any frozen precipitation or snow or sleet or anything like that?
It was the hail.
Oh, that's right.
It was the hail. I will never forget just dodging from tree to tree kind of feeling of just trying to dodge the hail. But again, as you get out to that exposed area on Grouse Creek, not a lot of room to hide and nowhere to run. So you just persevering.
And you can see, actually, if you look to the back of the right-hand side of the screen, you can actually see some of the runners heading out.
Up the lane of pain, yeah, they're going to climb that road right there.
Wait. So they actually climbed that road right behind here?
Yeah.
Oh, man, you guys are nuts.
Yeah, it's straight
It
up.
is tough.
Yeah. Right behind us, there's basically a road up the ski slope, and they just head right up that. That's pretty amazing. I didn't realize that the course took them that way. So kudos to all the runners who are leaving here and going on that loop.
Yeah, it's actually kind of it starts out really steep, and then it kind of gradual up, and then you get to what's called Little Moab, which is kind of a rocky transition, and then you get to Lane of Pain, and then the Lane of Pain is a very it's a steady incline that's pretty tough, and at this moment of the race, you definitely feel it.
Sure.
And then you end up in a single track after that aid station.
Of course, that is Dry Lake right there, and we are awaiting F3 there as well. I saw Jimmy Elam in the chat again. Shout out Jimmy. Of course, finished second here in 2023. Looks like gearing up for the Mammoth. Hope your training is going well. Won Cascade Crest just about a couple months ago.
It seems like we've got F3 and 4 through the Dry Lake aid station, and in third place is going to be Becca Bramley.
Okay.
And she probably had a pretty good section through there, so we'll see how they do the rest of the night. Becca, she's doing great, and hopefully we'll just cruise right through Olympian Hall. This is where she dropped last year, so let's hope she just pushes through and gets through here.
So Riley was 20 minutes back of Mary Denholm here, but I think that's a little bit misleading because as we saw, Riley took a lot less time in the aid station than Mary did. I'm really curious. I don't want to cling to narratives, but as I mentioned earlier at Black Canyon 2025, it was those two in hot pursuit of one another in the midpoint of the race. So we could be seeing history repeat itself. So two of the very best in this race in Riley Brady and Mary Denholm.
Yeah, it could be a fight off the front. It depends on how much time Mary spends in the Olympian Hall aid station and how quickly Riley moves through. I mean, as we were talking, aid station time can make or break a race. So if Riley cruises through these next couple aid stations, she'll have her. She'll have her.
Yeah, that's going to be key.
Oftentimes I will give advice as to, what are some things I should know. And I think that's the top of the, priority list is to minimize your time at the aid station. Come in prepared and be ready to rock and roll, but don't spend a lot of time in the aid station. That's not racing and that's not running.
Yeah.
But it's part of it.
You can control what you can control. That's
right.
really all.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're getting some info, and I want to confirm it about Cody Poskin. As I mentioned, Cody literally had an article about him just a few days ago in Ultra Running Magazine talking about him as an up-and-coming runner. But it sounds like he's not having a good day, and I want to confirm on that. But thanks for the heads up. You can see some of our runners hitting Olympian Hall aid. Looks like most of those are tortoises, but
746 bib number that I just saw. 746. Emily Sumitsu of Bozeman, Montana, just gave some family members a hug and is headed out onto the lane of pain here shortly.
heck of a running scene in Bozeman, Montana. You've got runners like Jeff Garmeyer and their crew up there. I know, I believe Kyla Rose Maher as well out of Bozeman. Shout out to them. Of course, Shad Burkholz out of Bozeman. You're a Bozeman guy, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. And we've got Shad is in the studio. Shout out to him for being out there and helping with the coverage. I mean, freezing his rear off for a while there. Looked like as long as Nala's all warm and toasty in the van, right? Good. We are keeping eyes on a couple of vantage points here.
Do we have yet to see M2 through Olympian Hall? I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that. 80248 was our lead man. But let's see. 8-2. How far back was Jesse at? Okay, Jesse was only about 2.5 minutes back of Ryan at Dry Lake. So an inconsequential amount at this point. And so we should be expecting now that top four had kind of winnowed to about a top three in terms of the fastest runners getting through there. Jesse Rich, Ryan Sullivan, and JP Giblin. So I would expect that we're going to see Sullivan or Giblin next to hit here at basically the essential halfway point of the race. Shout out to race photographer extraordinaire Paul Nelson, who is hanging out. Just saw him for the first time this week. Glad to see him. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, sexy.
I'm blushing. No, Paul's a great photographer and an even better guy.
And apparently a great liar.
That too.
I'm just here for the Odyssey.
We've got somebody moving through.
Fast.
Jesse Rich came through about 50.
Yeah,
Okay.
looks like we might have our M2 coming through here as well. I don't know if we've got any. Now the thing is that interior aid station that we saw, you don't actually have to go in there, correct, guys? You
No.
actually just have to kind of check in.
Check in with that tent.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because as you guys both seem in agreement about, you don't want to spend any more time in the aid station than you have to, especially this one where it's the only real opportunity to get indoors.
This is where your race comes to die. Is the way I like to put it. Is if you're gonna drop, this is the spot. Your friends, your family. There's a hot cocoa. There's some warm soup
You're
and a
in
quesadilla,
close to your bed.
and you can be done.
Yeah.
And
But you're going to have to wake up with that tomorrow.
That's true.
That's exactly right. We joke around about it. Is everybody's got that excuse, right? Which one are you going to use to make your drop? But at the end of the day, this is the spot where it's going to get you. You're not dropping at Summit. You're not dropping at Long. You're not. Those are places where it's really tough to drop. You just might as well keep on going. But right here, in the middle of the night, after a cold run through the day, through the evening, and it's dark, and now you got some comforting friends and family here, this is the spot that'll get you.
Is that Ryan? Yep, that's Ryan Sullivan here at Olympian Hall. I can see Brian as crew members. Looks like some people putting his headlamp on. There's a rabbit there taking some photos. And hopefully they'll get him out of this aid station quick. No gap between. There's not a large gap between the two top males right now. But yeah, we got Ryan Sullivan in Olympian Hall 8. He's not going inside.
No.
Smart choice, Ryan. And he's just going to get. He actually looks dry, and he looks like he's focused. So getting direction from his crew, and we'll move on out of here.
Yeah, good on his crew to just.
Yeah, come to them.
Yeah, that's right. That's great. It's a Formula One looking, deal.
Yeah, some of the crews, especially for the front of the pack, are so dialed in.
Yeah. Looks like he changed out his headlamp or put a new one on, so he's got a fresh battery to get him through the evening.
Yep. Wonder if he's got a waist light on. Looks like he's wearing a waist pack of some sort. Oh, yep, and he's out of there.
Yep.
Nice work, crew, getting him turned around and getting him out of the aid station.
What are we looking at? About 20 minutes gap there?
No, I would
Maybe
say
less?
less than
16?
that for sure. Ryan Sullivan and JP Giblin are both here at Olympian Hall. So, but yeah, they're probably about 15 minutes
15
back
minutes.
from the top. Live view inside Olympian Hall aid station. So while we're waiting for some runners down here, why don't you tell us a little bit about H2 All?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I thought maybe we would just ask you to scan your QR code. You've got a bottle there next to you.
Yeah. This downloads the virus, right?
That's exactly right. The virus of hope.
Okay. It says tap to claim your bottle.
Tap to claim your bottle. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Then I enter.
So every single bottle, you can claim that bottle. Enter your email address.
Oh, cool.
Tell us what you see.
Kodama Village. Access to safe and clean water, eliminating waterborne illness. Thanks for your help to bring clean water to Kodama Village. I claimed one bottle, and it contributed 1 gallon of water. Looks like the funding that's pretty cool. 4% funded, and their target is 20,000 gallons. A little bit about that village. Kodama Village, located in the Busia district of Uganda, is home to over 5,000 people. Today, the only available water source in Kodama is a shallow, unprotected well, a place where animals and humans share the same water. The contaminated source is causing widespread waterborne illnesses affecting children, families, and the future of the community. That's pretty cool.
True transparency.
Yeah, no, that is definitely true transparency.
You have credit for that. You know exactly how much water you contributed, and you can see exactly where it went.
Question, does the QR code have to get scanned for the gallon of water to get given to the community?
Technically, no.
Okay, so it's just the purchase of
One thing we would like to do is celebrate you,
Okay,
not celebrate H2all, right? And so every time you scan it, you get to claim it.
okay.
So as you claim it, you get to celebrate you as you did something good. You make it a positive choice when you're standing there in the water aisle or beverage aisle, or you think, oh, I'm going to get a drink, and let's celebrate you making that conscious choice.
Very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the whole idea, is to truly bring transparency to giving, transparency to a model of purpose, and celebrate you as the consumer, not necessarily, the brand.
Awesome.
Looks like we have another runner coming through. Basically, not taking any time to stop. You could see them actually hit. They went from left to right, and then up the lane of pain loop. Looks like we have a group that is in sync as far as how they're dressed.
I really appreciate actually how they have met their runner right there on the course.
Oh, yeah.
Not asking them to go find them or.
Well, and Nick,
it's-
from running this race before, the last 2 years that we've covered this event, this area becomes so packed full of people.
Definitely.
And occasionally you'll find people in the mid and back of the pack, or people that are coming in through their second loop when other people are, in on their first, where they have to kind of shuffle to find space wherever they can.
Definitely.
Because that entire little berm is completely packed with people.
Yep.
By later tonight.
Yeah, and that costs you time. It
Yeah.
costs you, not only is it physically time, but it's mental time.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas you're looking for your people, you're trying to navigate your way through that, and, all the while, the hours, the minutes, the seconds are spinning in your head. I think it's very valuable in this early stage is go find the runner, get them ready to go, and get them out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
One other thing I'd love to touch on while we got couple seconds is, H2All is actually. We've
let's talk about that.
We've put this together where we would love to sponsor the next 3 races from 3 runners that we would love to engage with those guys. So we've given everybody a flyer. It asks them to follow 3 simple steps, scan the QR code, and sign up, which is the bottle, right? The bottle and the journey that you just saw, and then post a picture and tag us from Run Rabbit Run. We think it's a small ask for a pretty nice offering, as to say we'll pay for the next 3 races over the next year, up to $1,500. So we believe that's a really generous offer and allows people to really continue to endorse and get behind the brand.
Yeah, that's a huge carrot to, no pun intended, dangle out here at Run Rabbit. I just want to give a heads up. We've actually had our top 5 men through Olympian Hall. We mentioned Jesse Rich earlier. JP. So if this is correct, Jesse Rich has opened up an 17-minute lead on JP Giblin. 18-minute lead on Ryan Sullivan, a 22-minute lead on Craig Hunt, and a 23-minute lead on Grant Barnett. That is pretty big because they were all within 11 minutes of one another at Dry Lake.
They were bunched up.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Jesse Rich wasn't even the front of that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were looking at that. It was pretty incredible. They were all bunched up, almost as if they were running together.
Yeah.
And now they definitely have started to separate.
I think Jesse did spend a little bit more time in the Olympian Hall aid station than JP Giblin and Ryan Sullivan. Ryan was in and out pretty quick, so was JP.
He could have hit the timing that first, whereas maybe JP and the rest of them hit it second. So that's entirely possible as well. That does make a difference. And that's why I always try and make sure, where people are being crewed. I mean, frankly, I would think that it's, best to be crewed on your way into the aid station and then you hit the timing mat on the way out. But, whatever works for you, wherever they're set up. I just wouldn't want to backtrack in any step or fashion.
No, you wouldn't.
Every step that you take that you didn't need to take is basically keeping you from reaching your goal that much quicker.
Also, that competitive side is you hold your card there for a second and then you show it, right?
Absolutely.
I also think it would be easier, this is just me speculating, that it would be easier to run in second than it would be to run in first, because in first you could be looking over your shoulder and watching for when that person's going to come, versus second where you're just, you're in the hunt for that one person out there.
And it looks like we've had exactly 100 runners in the Tortoise race hit Olympian. We have our most recent ones, Garrett Burton, David Rissmiller, and David Rhodes. Shout out to them making their way in. So based on how many people we've still got showing as in the race, we've only got we started with 382. I'm showing about 317, 318 runners. So we've still got, about, I don't know, you're in how many people is that?
What numbers?
318 out of 382. We lost about 60.
Yeah, we've lost about 60 people.
So
50 something.
But that is in the Tortoise race, the Hare race, as we mentioned. A handful of drops to this point, some big names. I would say the most notable names in that case would be maybe Tommy Sullivan, Brittany Peterson for sure, Stephen Cornelius. And we're still trying to get conference. We did get word on that, but before we call it, we always want to make sure that, measure twice, cut once.
Yeah, definitely.
So.
Steven has made a run at this many times now.
Yeah.
And I've been cheering for him because, the guy moved out here. He was truly committed to this race, and it's unfortunate. Another one of these years has been tough. But there's never anything guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
Not with this game.
Well, it looks like we got Brian Colmo in here, who was out there crewing Ryan Sullivan. We want to get him on up here to chat about how Ryan's feeling and What's going through his head out there in the elements?
You know, one thing that would be nice to know is the change in start time and how that may be affecting people.
That's right.
There's a definite element to that as you're trying to get to summit, and it's getting darker sooner, and you're 1 hour late start.
Yeah, people and it threw me off this morning because I didn't know it.
Yeah.
The race actually started at 9 a.m. for the Tortoises and 1 p.m. for the Hares.
Yeah.
Previously, it was an 8 and noon.
That's right.
And the only way that I actually started to ask the questions, I noticed that my shift tomorrow night ended at 9 rather than 8. And I was like, I guess I better verify.
Yeah. No, I think that's a real relevant thing, especially as those who are coming back out of Fish Creek and have got to get to summit before it's dark. You've got a headlamps waiting for you and your cold weather gear.
We have this awesome. Thank you very much, Trevor. Another familiar face in Colorado ultra running, Brian Kulmo. Brian, welcome.
Welcome. Yeah, this is fun. Yeah.
Glad to have you out here. Tell us what you've been doing out there on the course.
Yeah, I've been crewing for Ryan Sullivan and many other people too, just hopping in. See a lot of friends from Utah here as well too. It's pretty cool. So I got a finger on the pulse on the men's race. Got a inside scoop being out there in the rain.
I'll spill the tea then, dude.
Oh yeah. It's,
what do you know?
Those guys have been through it, that's for sure. It was Dry Lake was a doozy. It was pouring rain up there. Ryan came through in first, but was pretty messed up. he was definitely struggling, but we got him right. He didn't have a jacket on, so he was pretty cold, but he was able to kind of square things away and get back in the trailer for 10 minutes or so, and we were able to kind of get him warmed back up again, and his legs are firing like incredible. He's on a ripper for sure right now. And so he's back on track now and kind of back where he needs to be. Freaking Jesse Rich, Utah, freaking went from 4th to 1st somehow in the shuffle of Dry Lake. I don't know how that happened. He doesn't really know how it happened either. It's like such chaos up there. Like there's all the tortoises coming through. Like it's wild and very confusing. But yeah, Jesse was happy. He was looking strong through here. I helped him crew as well, and he was feeling good and confident. And took a little bit extra time down here, but did what he needed to do and moved on. JP Giblin was right there with Ryan leaving the aid station right here. They left together, so they were working together cruising. I think there might have been one other runner through here at the same time. So
yeah, I want to give a quick update on that. Matthew Zupan is our M6 through Olympian 8:27:30, and McHenry Hickory is our F4 through Dry Lake in 8:26:32. Sorry, Brian, please continue.
Oh, cool. Yeah, and that's pretty much the extent of my update. I came back right up here after that, so don't know too much more about beyond that. But yeah, those guys definitely went through the storm, and that's probably going to be the worst of it. It looks like for the weather. So, and then I'll just got to handle them out the lane of pain. Classic. This is the race starts when they come through here the second time, really.
That's right.
And really, when you get past Dry Lake the second time, and so. Everyone says their legs feel good, though, so we're going to be down for a battle at the end here. It seems like not everyone can feel good the whole time, so we're going to see what happens out there, but everyone's kind of biding their time knowing that the real race is about to start, so pretty cool.
You were feeling pretty good at this point in the race last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point.
Your hesitation gives the inclination that there's a story to that.
Yeah, I think I rolled through here around this time. I'm not sure exactly the timing, but yeah, it was rolling through kind of in like the top 5-ish and rolling with a good crew of guys, and we all worked really well together through Lane of Pain. Like it was a solid 4 of us through here. That whole 12-mile stretch basically ran the whole thing together, which was pretty cool. Like one of my favorite memories of racing ever is just those like 60 miles running with those dudes. Like shout out to Aaron Slabach, Noah Doso, and Chris Hammond. Like the 4 of us just like ripped through there. We just like got the most out of each other. One of us stuck it. Chris freaking rallied to the podium last year. Pretty spectacular race.
Yeah, you went 8:22:08 through here last year.
So yeah, around here, maybe 20 minutes or so earlier than this. But yeah, so like we were all moving well at this point, and then we all found out at the second half for sure. things got pretty brutal for me after Dry Lake number 2. But that's how it goes in ultra sometimes. paced me the last mile down the hill. I was walking and not having a good time, but I got it done. So that's what happens on these days. But like pretty cool to see, like out of 4 of us that were rolling through, like one of us stuck it. Aaron still got in the top 7. Like he didn't close as hard as he was hoping, but he still stayed in the top 7. And Noah had a rough go at it. I had the worst go of it. And I was thinking, like, all 4 of us aren't going to stick. I want to be the one that does, and I became the one that definitely didn't. So that's how it goes. But yeah, happy for those dudes, and like really, really happy for my friends to have good days out there.
I remember we were sitting here thinking, oh man, we should see Brian coming down Warner aid station at any minute now at 18, 19 hours, and we never saw you. And I'm like, oh man, I hope he's okay. And then my shift finished, and then I drove over to the ski hill here and walked a significant distance up it, and then I found Brian walking down the hill, but I was just happy that he was still out there moving. So nice work last year, and good job Crew and Ryan.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's been fun, and yeah, the race has just begun. I get to do the late night shift up at Summit now, new addition. It's fun. These runners are getting soft. Hot take. Hot take. Do they really need Summit Lake Crew? I don't know.
Yeah, discuss that. That is a change from this year, from last year to this year. Actually, all you guys. The fact that previously the last time they saw their runners was at Dry Lake,
That's right? That's right.
And that's with 30 miles to go versus Summit Lake at mile 80, so 20 miles to go. Discuss what your thoughts are on that. It is a not insignificant change to this race.
I don't think anybody loves me enough to drive out to Summit Lake, so it's kind of a long drive on a bumpy road.
I don't know. I'd rather drive it than hike it and get out there.
I've hiked Danny up to Summit Lake. It's a fun time.
That's for real. Well, the exposure up there as you get out of grouse and getting up there is tough. You know, and doing it by yourself is one thing, and then now you're on that long trek, but you got somebody, or you've seen somebody.
Yeah. I think, I mean, the hare race here is iconic for a lot of reasons.
Yeah,
and because you don't have pacers, and one of the other big reasons is you don't have anyone those last 30 miles. You're on your own.
Yeah,
and like that's where careers are made, where freaking legends are made on that last 30 miles, and like that's what makes this hard. That's what makes this appealing for people to go and challenge themselves on that last, like adding in that Summit Crew, just it kind of makes it a little bit more like a normal race in a lot of ways. I don't know, again, that's my hot take on this. People might disagree, it might be good, but like it changes the kind of way you attack that second half for sure. And so I don't know, it could change kind of like historical precedent of like times and people are ripping through that last bit. It could feel different for sure.
What would you do
totally
differently
agree.
in your racing strategy if you were to have Crew at that aid station?
I think you can push that climb up to there a lot more, knowing
Okay.
that you can just get a quick reset and like, okay. Versus like mentally leaving Dry Lake without that Summit Lake kind of like extra carrot is like, oh, like I'm about to like go to battle with the mountain, which I love that feeling personally. Like that's why I like doing these big hard mountains. Like, yeah, like it's time to put your pants on and let's go. Like it's definitely gets rugged out there, and like that's what's cool about it. And like we don't need to hold hands necessarily through this stuff.
I totally agree. I mean, especially going into that aid station solo by yourself, without somebody to reset you, without somebody to do some of those things, it's a game changer. From whether you're just trying to change out of your pants and put some different, put your shoes back on by yourself, it's just a different mindset.
Yeah, totally. And I think like if we want to have tortoises have crews there, great. The hares don't need them. I'm just saying that.
I'm with this.
Let's see.
When,
I got some more hot takes here. Let's go. Let's keep it rolling.
time for him, guys. If you
I
have a
told
hot
Danny
take,
earlier I was going to come up with hot takes and
come in
keep
with
it
barrels
fire.
of
All right,
let's
Huckleberry. Let's go.
I actually just want to give a quick heads up to the most recent runners who have hit Olympian in the Hares race. That would be Tyler Fox and Adam Reintz. So the two of them have made it through. It looks like we have our F4 through Dry Lake. That is Jenny Yeaman just a few minutes ago. So that's where we're at the front of the men's and women's fields here at the Run Rabbit Run 100 miler
All right, Brian. Let's hear some hot takes.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Other hot take.
Yeah.
What are these like 1 mile pacing sections that are allowed for the Hares?
We have some pretty big news here. We have 2 major drops. Matt Daniels and Mary Denholm have dropped from the race.
At Olympian or
Uh,
Dry Lake?
Where were they?
Matt must have never left Dry Lake.
Okay.
And Mary, I would assume, probably returned to Dry Lake at this point because we saw her leave.
There's no like timing out at Dry Lake.
There's no in-outs on
Yeah,
this.
it's just
Okay.
in.
Yeah. I mean, we saw
saw
her.
her there.
You had a
getting
visual.
through.
Yeah.
And so at this point, Mary Denholm withdrawing. Our current leader in the women's race is Riley Brady. And Riley has about a 3 or 4 minute lead on Becca Bramley. And that means that McHenry Hickory has moved up to 3rd, and that's Jenny Yeaman in 4th. So our top 4 runners in the women's race have hit Dry Lake. So this weather, carnage.
Definitely.
As I said, it was brutal up there. Like
Yeah.
it was like a war zone. And so kudos to the runners that were in a low spot that got themselves out of there because it got better. It's a lot better out there right now.
Yeah.
But if you dig a hole, sometimes that's what happens. And I don't know exactly the situations of those individuals or what they're going through up there, but they were definitely battling some elements out there. And so yeah, wish them the best, and hopefully they're feeling healthy and capable out there. But yeah, we definitely don't want to see our women's leader drop out. So
No, never. And Mary is, somebody who, basically dares the field to run with her.
Run with her.
I
yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
she'll go out and she will bust out a 10, 20-minute lead without hesitating. And that's just the way she runs. We've seen it work very well at Leadville. We've seen it work, and we've seen it where it doesn't go quite the way she had hoped as well. And unfortunately today, her race is drawing to a close basically at about the halfway point. So I know that she was a very popular runner to be following this event. I mean, she's a superstar at when it comes to speed. I don't know if there's anybody in the women's field that compares. When it's all clicking, she's very hard to top.
I'm actually just reflecting on, to your exact point, so fast, and where they are in this race, or where she was in this race. It's switchbacks, right? They're not fast, You're. It's not super steep, but it's switchback. In this kind of weather, inclement weather, where your speed and some of that stuff might be neutralized and maybe costing you more energy and effort as you're coming down that area of Flash Gold.
Yeah.
I mean, you're working hard right there.
Yeah, as I said, I'm not one to speculate on what these runners were going through, but all I know is the conditions they were dealing with. It's hard.
Yeah, and you've gone through it as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you're no stranger to mountain racing for sure.
That's right.
Couple more names that Galen Hecht elected to call their races at Dry Lake as well. So a couple more Hares. We are actually we didn't start with 123. We probably started with about 100 and maybe about 110. We had about maybe 10, 12 non-starters in the Hares, so maybe 110. And we're already down to 92 or 90, actually, from the looks of things. It's rough out there. And I think that's one of those things. A lot of times runners
Is that guy leaving?
That would be very fast, even for a tortoise.
Sorry to get us back on a happier
I did
note.
turn one woman around. She was leaving.
Olympian too. Somebody just
Turned her
left.
back around.
That
She's-
was
she's on
Patrick.
track.
That was Patrick Hubble, bib number 550.
Patrick Hubble in the
Is
tortoise race hitting Olympian 2 at 12:38.
Oh man, that's awesome.
That's fast
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
somebody in the tortoise race.
Yeah, what pace is that? Would that put him at?
I don't know, but I'll see what I can
It's
compare
like
it to.
22, 23.
Okay. Wasn't last year? Didn't like guy run like 20 flat
Yeah,
tortoises?
yeah, he was like top.
Oh, that was incredible.
Yeah, it was awesome seeing that
I
happen.
mean, that
Hot take. He probably should have been the Hares. Just saying.
I don't even think that's like a lukewarm take, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Softball.
Race with the big dogs. Let's throw down.
So what were you saying about these 1 mile pacing sections? I didn't know
yeah.
that was a change this year.
Yeah, if you're gonna have no pacers, have no pacers. Don't just have like these asterisks. You can run 1 mile through town, 1 mile through town, a few miles at the end. Like, either go all in or all out. I don't know.
Yeah.
To me, that the rules allow. So I understand the reasoning for like traffic reasons and stuff, but like, I don't know. It's not that hard to navigate through town. You can also make your way down the mountain. It's just like a weird. It's hard for crews to figure out. Like, wait, can I pace here? Where can I not? Where can I? Like, I don't know. If you're gonna make this like the Hares be this cool thing, that's like you're out there by yourself, you're on your own. Like, make it that. Like, go all in. So that's my hot take on that. Like, you probably don't need a pacer through town for a mile. It's a huge boost. Like, it really is. It can totally like shift your whole mindset and things. And like, I say that as like something that's positive. It could really help you out, but not everyone does that necessarily, and it kind of doesn't necessarily even the playing field out.
No, I think that's a good point, Brian, because like if you're at a low point and you're wanting that inspiration, if you're looking for somebody to chat with and you're in the hare race, or if you're in a situation where you're, no crew, no pacers rather, like you have to stop and have that conversation, or maybe link up with somebody else. Like to have it from, somebody, even for a mile, that's enough to reset your brain and your emotions in some cases.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, it really would. Like, yeah, I think about last year in my race, like if I had someone pacing me through town, like both in and out, like it probably would have like squared me up and kind of reset me mentally, and versus I kind of put myself in a hole in some weird ways, especially on the outbound, like coming back. It was definitely a challenging moment. I was realizing things were starting to unravel at that point. I was like, oh boy, these boys we got a big hill ahead of us.
Yeah, that's exactly when you need it is that out.
And it was like just to like settle down, be like, oh, I'm good, like we're good, like let's just find a thing. And then it could have changed my whole mindset and everything. So like, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of guys that have won this race that haven't had a pacer through town. So like, why do we have it for some people? But yeah, it's an odd thing, I would say. Let's make the even playing field for everyone up front.
It's also a hard rule to enforce, right? When's the stopping point? Is there a volunteer that stands there and goes, "No, you're not allowed to go"? It's Gandalf. You shall not pass.
Well, it's like at the trailhead. I think it's like pretty specific of like trailhead to this aid station, but like there's no volunteers standing at that. Like, you could have your crew like be sitting there like in their car, like having a runner warming up in the car, and then they hop out. So you might see your crew again for a second, like an extra time for a little minute. Like, I don't know. It's a little odd to me.
And it's not like there aren't people and I don't want to I'm not going to name anybody specifically, but there are people, and I don't think it's necessarily out of like some sort of dishonesty or anything like that, but people will push the margins. People will push the edges if given that opportunity. And so if you don't have that hard and fast rule, it's like, okay, where does this zone begin? Where does this zone end?
Yeah.
And like you said, there's nobody there. And it's not like they're meaning to do it. Maybe they just go a little bit farther out than they're supposed to and just aren't really paying attention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like to be clear, nothing against anyone that decides to do it now.
Correct.
Because it's the rules that allow it. Like, go for it. Do everything you can do in the power of the rules. Like, you should. Like, everyone should maximize that. Like, and if you don't, that's your choice. That's fine too. Like, but like maybe if we want to make it an even playing field across the board and like really show like mano y mano, like let's just make it simple and just for everyone.
Do you feel like these are types of things that make this race different?
Yeah, I think especially like that Summit Lake not having crew the last 30 miles, like that differentiates this race, like for sure. Like that's like what scares people about this race, and that should be what excites people about this race because it's scary.
Well, and it's fair to like have these discussions, and something you said is kind of reminiscent of a recent discussion that's happened all over this. In races, like that's been a huge hot button topic the last few weeks. And one of the things that kind of caught my eye was if an elite runner says, oh, I think they shouldn't have pacers at this event or that event, well, if they're allowed, they're still going to leverage that aspect of the rules. Just because I think that you shouldn't doesn't mean I'm going to not do that myself if everybody else is, and I feel like it helps keep the playing field level. Like, you're not going to self-punish. simply to make a point.
Yeah, if the rules allow it, go do everything you can within the rules. Like
Especially if there's a paycheck at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Well,
Right? You got a paycheck at the end, and next thing you know, now I'm going to go to the moral compass or the actual rules. And next thing you know, that's where we're at.
And I don't think, and I don't think that's necessarily, like I said, trying to, intentionally, skirt the rules or anything like that. It's just pushing the margins in every way imaginable, because there is a lot on the line, whether it be a race where there is a cash purse or not. That's kind of what my thought was, is, and for instance, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's something that we see other high-profile races follow suit to what happens here at Run Rabbit, where other than the mile zone notwithstanding, it becomes a situation where, like, if you're competing for high-profile prizes or certain awards, tickets, what have you. Maybe you're not allowed to have pacers at the highest levels of the sport anymore. I don't know. I mean, and I don't have things about it one way or the other. Like, I don't think it would be great or it'd be terrible. It would just be the way it is. So,
I think the mano y mano is it really sort of rings true, because once you add others, it's no longer mano y mano.
Yeah.
Right. And so there's an element of
that's fair too. Absolutely.
That's all out the window.
We have
you give me a good pacer, or you give me a better situation, mano y mano, it's gone.
We have some more runners having hit aid station benchmarks. Anthony Lee, Zach Eagle, and Brendan Trimboli are through Olympian in 8:47, 8:49, and 8:49:46. So the back of them, Brendan running about 47 minutes back of the lead. Our F5, Zoe Rom, has hit Dry Lake in a time of 8:49:11, which puts her behind our new leader in the women's race, Riley Brady, roughly 45 and a half minutes back of Riley Brady, as they have taken the lead.
Which, if we look at the team standings, Brecca Bramley and Brendan Trimboli are still in the lead for the team race, and then looks like followed by Ryan Sullivan, Celinda Heinel, well, now that one's not going to be up there anymore because Devin has dropped. So maybe the team standings aren't perfect, but Zoe Rom and TJ David have moved. Team Microcosm have moved into third place.
Of course, that carries a significant cash prize as well. Were you part of a team last year, Brian?
Yeah.
How did your team do?
I thought I was going to be the one that wasn't going to pull the weight because I slowed way down at the end. I was like, oh, man, I'm letting my partner down. I kept expecting my partner, Rachel Lemke, was my partner last year, and was expecting her to pass me at any moment. I was like, and then I got to apologize about blowing it. Totally. She unfortunately had to drop out. I think at Summit Lake or something like that. So she had a rough day as well, and yeah, it was interesting before the race. Fred was giving me got a lot of flack. He's like, usually the guys are the ones that don't hold their weight in these partnerships. Like, Rachel's fast. She's a crusher. Like, you don't want to let her down. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do my best. Like, I'll see. Just classic Fred, just talking trash. That's how he does things. He knows how to get the most out of people in that way. Yeah, so I guess I didn't necessarily held up my end of the bargain per se. I did finish, I guess, but definitely not in the points or anything like that. But it's a fun wrinkle, though. I love the team race. Like,
sure,
I think more races should have it. Let's expand the team races. Like, let's go Utah versus Colorado versus Arizona. Like, I'm serious. Like, cross country scoring. Let's go. Let's figure it out. Like, the battle royale. Yeah,
that would be interesting.
Well, I mean, actually, it would be kind of fun to think about, if you were to do a fantasy draft like a draft of runners from various regions, although things would change so wildly depending on the distance of the race and on the course and everything like that.
Number of runners.
Let's do like a
Oregon,
like a Boulder v Flagstaff v.
I'm talking like at the start line, you have like two team captains and they just pick people. Like, schoolyard. Just who gets picked last.
Last. All right, let's go.
Yeah, let's throw down. Let's throw some drama in there.
How about throwing a wrinkle in there where they don't know what distance it's going to be, but like you find out, oh, guess what? It's a 50K, or guess what? It's a 100K, or
Oh yeah, you can make people's lives way more miserable than running. Let's make this harder.
And the best thing
Anything
about
where
it
you
is that
don't
the only
know.
thing that would be on the line is pride. Like that's
Yeah.
Yeah, that basically anytime when you don't know and you can't measure,
Uh-huh.
that makes it that much harder, right?
Definitely. When are we thinking first females through this?
well,
Anytime now.
It's probably close,
let's
yeah.
compare. So Riley Brady, they hit Dry Lake at 8:03, and let me plug that in and see. Okay.
Should be any minute now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It shouldn't be very long at all.
It's so hard to tell with the multiple waves. going through
So
here.
last year. So what did I say? 8:03.
Yep.
So interesting. Riley Brady hit Dry Lake at 8:03. Let's see. 8:03:33. Leah hit Dry Lake at 8:03:37 last year, and Leah was moving. So Riley is right on Leah Yingling's course or pace last year. Now, of course, Leah finished second, but Leah was dictating the pace, not Emily last year.
Definitely.
So that's actually really interesting.
When did they come through Olympian last year?
They came through Olympian Leah at 9:15. So I would expect if Riley is at or quicker than that pace, I would say maybe. I wouldn't think any more than like 10 minutes faster, but you
Yes.
near
10
know.
minutes, yeah.
Okay, so
Like-
we are officially on Riley watch.
Yeah, absolutely. We are on
We
watch
can just
for.
hear it. I think we just hear some cheers out the window. That would probably be our best indicator.
I don't know, but I want to point out this really happy Bernese mountain dog that's just wagging his tail. Like,
oh,
we
yeah,
did-
let's zoom in on that.
zooming in on him. He is so happy to be
He's
with
like
his people.
very fluffy. I went.
Oh
said
my
hello
gosh!
earlier.
Look at that. He's gonna break his tail. He's happy to see his human. Aw.
He's happy the weather's changing.
Oh, there's two dogs. There's
Oh,
another
there's
one.
you can see the little one.
We've officially hit dog watch here.
Yeah.
Oh, he's chewing on a stick. What a happy pup.
Where's our fantasy ranking of dogs in the field right here?
Pippin's number one.
Danny's biased for his own dog, of course.
He's pretty cute.
What's he think of the rabbit ears?
He does not like the rabbit ears.
Oh man, not a fan.
He doesn't like the stuffed rabbit. He doesn't like the rabbit ears. He's asleep over here on the floor finally. He's kind of laying on a power strip that makes me a bit nervous, but I think he'll be all right. But he did not like those rabbit ears in the room earlier. That's pretty funny. We got him warmed up by the end of it, though.
Yeah.
And in regards to where the men are at, Olympian last year, Rich Lockwood ran the Olympian loop in 2:12. That seems really fast.
It is.
Seems really
he's
fast because I'm
fast.
looking at I guess Dave Stevens ran it in 2:10 in 2023, and I don't know. There might be a bit of a timing discrepancy because it says that Jimmy Elam ran it in like 2:50, which that's not what happened in 2023.
He's not that fast. He's not that slow.
Yeah, he's much faster than that. Actually, shout out to Jimmy, who's been in the chat all race. He's been keeping tabs on what's going on out here. Wonder if he's got some FOMO.
Yeah. I think he's all right. He's a pretty stable guy.
I saw some love for Matt McDonough in the chat. Definitely a runner that we're going to be following. Brian, have you heard about this guy, Matt McDonough?
No.
Are you familiar with him?
No.
He's running in the Tortoise race. He is a 2-time NCAA wrestling champion for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Like, you're talking like
Yeah.
world-class
we
level
go.
to be, that
Okay.
kind of athlete.
Yeah.
We have a wrestling match at the
what-
finish line for the
I-
for all the glory.
right? I said that. That
Who
the
can get
winner
the
of the
takedown?
Yeah.
The winner-
Two-time national champion, 125 pounds.
125.
Yeah.
Okay. That was going to be my next question. Was
Yeah.
what's his
Can we
weight
also?
class?
I think we need to introduce like the weigh-in, like wrestling, like boxing weigh-in before the day before. Like get the favorites and like face them up next to each other and the stare down.
Yeah.
Well, they
Oh,
do that
yeah.
at
You can
some
have that in
races.
ultra running.
They'll prop all the the favorites up.
Yeah.
No, I
maybe
need them to be
point.
almost fighting though. I think like the stare down.
Everything
The
but a
way
We're all
in
too
where
friendly.
the way in that always devolves into
Yeah.
a slap fight or
Yeah.
some kind.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
somebody's crew gets in a fight with somebody else's crew, that kind of thing.
Let's see the drama. Let's go.
So Brian, they've heard my explanation of the lane of pain. What is your explanation of the lane of pain? Like, what was that experience like for you last year? Like, what do you remember the terrain being like and the loop being like?
As I said, it was like a pretty cruiser section. Like it started off rough. I pounded a Red Bull at this aid station. Olympian won. Immediately reversed that one within a few minutes.
She coming in F1.
Oh, we got spinning cameras here.
Let's keep that.
That looks like
Zoom in. That is Riley Brady right there.
Yep.
That is absolutely Riley.
I heard the cheering from outside.
Yep. That is the leader in the women's race so far, Riley Brady, hitting the aid station.
It's like she's going to make pretty quick work of this stop and then get back out on the trail.
so. We think this is about 12 minutes up on women's course record. Is that right?
Let's
Give
take
or
a
take,
look. Oh,
somewhere in
yeah.
there.
I mean, we
Yeah.
just talked about that. So Riley's time hitting, and Arlen Glick has hit Olympian as well. It looks like, I would say, about a 9:03. I don't know exactly when they're going to cross the timing map, but if you're talking, 9:03-ish, Riley against Leah Yingling and Emily Mann, 12 minutes ahead of Leah and 19 minutes ahead of Emily.
Oh, speaking of Leah and Mike, they are right there crewing Riley. Leah in the pink jacket, and then I saw
Yeah.
Mike's head popping up and down.
He's taking photos. Looks like.
Yep, there he is.
There.
Riley notably wearing pants.
Yeah, actually, that
Still.
was what threw me off at Dry Lake. I didn't recognize Riley when they were wearing pants.
Not too many runners, especially in the Hares, were wearing pants at Dry Lake. But probably advantageous to survive that section, feeling good.
Were most of the tortoises in pants at that point?
No,
No?
but some more were, I would say.
Okay.
We'll get an actual down to the second time on Riley when they cross the timing mat. Switching back to shorts, perhaps?
Yeah, looks like they're
Looks like it.
just to the half tights now.
If it doesn't go well, she has another chance back through here to put them back on, right?
That's true, but it's 13 miles away.
Yeah, it's noticeably warmer out here than Dry Lake. It's probably 15, 20 degrees warmer down here.
How exposed and much cooler does the lane of pain get?
You kind of get up there. You're kind of up on the ridge a little bit and stuff. But I think it's really just the precipitation's done. That storm was gnarly. It was windy. It was raining hard. Like, I think now is going to make this.
Yeah, lane
A
of pain
lot.
is not that exposed.
Okay.
It's in the trees. You do come out on that ridge line, and you do have to make it through that ridge. But you're not above tree line, and you're not out on rocks. You're you're concealed.
Of course, Riley has put together a bit of a streak as, unfortunately, did not have the day they had hoped for at Western States, but Haviland 100 a win there, Black Canyon, Quad Rock, and currently in the lead here.
So
Yeah,
they
it looks
put
like Riley has a pretty good crew helping them out right there.
Yeah, they put some eye drops in, had some face wipes. A little hygiene reset is always nice on the face there.
Taking their time here. They're going to go out in that lane of pain section, but getting all of the prep they need here and making sure that they've got everything they need to go.
Looks like they're getting ready to move here.
She's
Rolling
off.
out. About 3 or 4 minutes in the aid station.
Yep, gotta push them back out on the course, and
we're
there
back
they go.
on dog watch. I spotted like 3 more just there.
He's got an eye for them.
Of course.
So when's your next race?
I don't have anything I'm signed up for right now, which is great. I'm just living life. I'm just happy.
Letting the toenails grow back?
I'm in the September, the month of 100 milers, which I was volunteering at aid station in Wasatch 100 last week.
Okay.
Here this week, I'm going to be captaining aid station at the Bear 100, pacing our good friend Danny over here. So we'll have a fun 25 miles at the end of the Bear in a few weeks, and just happy to give back and support my friends doing their things.
Yeah, the chat's saying Becca shouldn't be too far behind. Yeah, she should be coming in at any point now within the next 3 or 4 minutes, I would guess. Maybe this is her right now.
I hear something. Hard to tell.
Oh, no, not her.
Somebody just very excited, and rightfully so.
Have we seen any of the top 10 or so go inside yet?
No, not yet.
Notably.
We have not seen anybody go inside
That
yet.
storm came a few hours later. I think that would have been very different.
Yeah, definitely would have been.
They're all coming out of their holes that they were in, and they're kind of resetting to their new norm here, which will be the rest of the night.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like they're going to get any more weather. People who are finishing tomorrow afternoon will be getting significantly more weather tomorrow.
Oh, there's more stuff rolling in.
All the more reason to hurry up and get it done.
Oh, yeah.
We won't get stuck in one of those thunderstorms like you and I did.
Oh, yeah. We can talk about the storm. Me and Daniel almost died in the middle of Steamboat. That was probably the closest I've ever come to a lightning strike.
When was this?
When I was pacing Dan here in 2022.
Yes, I ran that.
Yeah, coming down the road, just in the resort there.
No, it was nightmarish, and the clack of that. I was just sharing those stories. Was the clack of the thunder and it was unbelievable.
We were in the thunder.
Yeah,
we saw this cloud rolling up the ridge, and we were right near that mid-mountain restaurant, and we just decided to just sprint into the little entryway, and we get in there, and they're setting up for a wedding or something.
Yeah, they were.
Some staff and stuff. We're huddled in this little entryway with a few runners.
Yeah.
And we hang out there, and just it was within a quarter mile there was a lightning strike probably. It was crazy.
I was there.
We might have been hanging out in the
I was there.
and
I remember running by, and they were setting up for that wedding, and this gal comes out, and she literally hands me a rose that they were using as a part of that wedding. She's
we might have been in there together.
We were right there. We were coming
That's
down
incredible.
that. Yeah, because we kind of dove into that hut where they were having the wedding that I told Brian was happening at that point in time, because that's what I remember.
That is crazy.
So years later, Daniel remembers this story as years later that the bride was there. There was a woman in a full wedding gown and talked to us. And I was like, Dan, that did not happen. That was not. There was people. There was other staff and stuff around, but it wasn't the bride. It was just hours before this wedding started.
Yeah. They were setting up.
Yeah, and he's oh, he remembered it as a full bride in a wedding dress, come and hang out.
I have told that story many times. We came by there, and this gal just comes running, and I'm like, and she gives me this rose, and I'm running down Why Not, and I've got this rose in my hand, and the storm is going on. I'm like, where am I right now?
You must have been right ahead of us, because we hit that that gazebo or whatever where they're setting up.
They had that archway thing set up.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was a time.
I'm just glad there's somebody finally to corroborate my story, because I was losing my mind.
Wild.
Yeah, that was Richard won that year as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he won obviously last year.
Dan was in second place, obviously.
Yeah. Right.
Or second or 222nd. Probably 222nd.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, we can go
We'll
with
call it
that.
that.
We'll call it that. I'll take it.
Chad can't corroborate that. They can tell us we're wrong. It's
I
great.
need to start signing up for Ultra sign-up races.
Yeah,
Under
let's see.
Yeah.
What is
alternate
the
names.
chat? What other hot takes does the chat have? Let's see all your hot takes about Run Rabbit or other races for that matter.
They asked if the loop is 13 miles.
That's
not a hot
Yeah,
take.
That's
but-
not a hot take.
It's not.
I haven't seen any other hot takes yet. Anybody got
Yeah.
any hot takes in the chat?
We're full into Run Rabbit after dark now, so we can.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, what time zones are people at too? I'd be curious to see. Are East Coast people still up here?
Could be all over the world. I mean, there's 10 countries represented,
We have
49 states,
It's amazing.
everybody but Delaware.
285 people watching right now.
285.
Okay.
Let's go.
After dark.
It's a perfect thing to put you to sleep is to hear Chris Warden and Dan Ryan talking to you.
Yeah. Wonder if my crew is watching. If they are, can they return my phone to me? I lost my phone earlier.
Did you really?
Yeah. I left it in my crew's car, and then I went and ran Ryan up just like 100 yards past the aid station, and then I came back and the crew was gone.
Hmm.
I don't know where they went.
With your phone.
Yeah, they still have my phone.
Yeah.
And then I came up here, and now I'm here. So
Okay.
they're probably wondering where I am.
Yeah, they are.
They might be watching the live stream though.
They're probably
not.
trying to call you.
Well, they have my phone. They wouldn't. Why would they call me?
There's just a couple
Fine.
questions in the chat. Why do they call it Run Rabbit? And who are your 50-mile picks?
50-mile picks.
Yeah.
Picks.
I don't think I have any 50-mile
I'm not
picks
the right
yet.
guy for that one.
Yeah, I'm not the right guy
Megan's
for that
racing
one.
the 50.
Megan
Roach
is-
coming back from pregnancy. And this is probably her longest race postpartum, I would say.
She's my pick.
Yeah, she might win the thing outright.
That's my pick.
Yeah, probably actually. Yeah. No,
Do you come back tougher, I guess? That's a question we can't answer, but
I mean, she was pretty tough before pregnancy. I would
that's
say.
amazing.
So I don't-
Do you come back tougher?
I wouldn't mess with her at all. We saw her at Burger Joint earlier tonight, so fueled up properly. So
With the amount of dollars on the wall that we calculated out to be somewhere between like 30 and 40 grand. So that was
yeah.
fun.
So yeah, maybe if Run Rabbit, if they go broke next year, they can just
Rob
take
this
all
restaurant.
the dollar bills off the bar, and they could pay out all the elites that way. Should
Oh.
work out.
I mean, that's not even
So long as they don't have any Pacers.
Yeah,
Casey Duvall has a hot take,
let's go.
but it's not at all related to Run Rabbit Run.
That's fine. We
Okay,
accept it.
what you
All
got?
let's
Hot
see.
take: Jim Walmsley never wins Ultra Runner of the Year again.
That's just a prediction.
That's just a prediction.
Is that like a over under?
Yeah, I guess we love Jim around here, so we're always rooting for him. Curious to see
Megan
who
Roche
she
is
thinks
going to be
gonna win.
Ryan Raff. Is Ryan Raff running the 50 mile tomorrow?
Maybe, sure. Sorry, Ryan, if you're watching.
These aren't hot takes, people. These are just questions.
Oh, okay. What do
Why
I
are
got?
Courtney's shorts so long?
Because they're basketball.
When is Courtney going to run Rabbit?
She has.
She has,
Back
yeah.
in
Yeah.
it was a while
I think
while
it was
ago.
one of her first 100
coming
mile
Yeah.
wins.
Yeah. She had a DNF and then she came back. I think she won it.
She did.
So I think she DNF'd and then won it.
Let's look at her Ultra sign up. This thing's going to read like a book.
Yeah. Page 12.
That might be Becca.
Yes.
So Becca's coming into
Maybe.
Olympian.
I think I see.
Or leaving, or I think they're just checking in and going back to
Yeah,
the
see,
crew.
this is why that timing becomes a little bit wonky, just because she's now checked in, whereas others, they don't check in until they're really leaving.
Yeah. Oh, that looks like. Yeah, that is Becca, I believe. Yeah, that's Tara and the
She's got
Durango
energy.
crew here supporting Becca. She not going inside, but near the inside.
.2016, Courtney won Run Rabbit Run in 21-23. And that was the introduction of the world to Courtney DeWalter.
I don't think this will be the introduction to the world to Riley Brady. If they pull this off, we already know Riley. We know what they can do. Also, the ones in the know that Becca's a crusher as well. They're running really strong. Just right around Emily Mann's time from last year, so you can definitely close hard in this space.
Yeah, there's still
Especially if
such
the
a long
weather
way to
holds
go,
Yeah.
but it is interesting to see that they're still running, right alongside those blistering paces from last year.
Yeah. Yeah, the weather holds up from now on out. They could be really strong finishes.
I did step outside for a little bit. It is, I don't know, for me, cold and damp out there.
Comparison to Dry Lake, it feels great. It did pour for about 2 hours when I was there.
Ask those folks at Buddies or up at the top at Summit. It's probably significantly even worse up there.
Yeah, they're going through it.
Yep. Final score.
Oh, yeah.
Steamboat Springs High School is now 3-0. Just beat the Aspen Sailors 48-7.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Ski town
Another-
primacy, you know.
Fun story from last year as I was running down through
Yes,
town.
that was homecoming.
You literally run right by the football stadium.
Yep.
They scored a touchdown right as I ran by. Like, crowd erupted, little band playing, everything. It was like a weird.
They were cheering for
crossroads
you, though, Brian.
Yeah, definitely.
There's Tara Dower.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Running
Tara's
with
crewing
her down
for
there.
Becca.
Nice.
Durango crew
Yeah,
here.
I saw
it
her
looks like.
earlier in
Southern
here.
Yeah, I
Colorado.
saw her earlier in here too. Yeah, she said she was going to go run the mile through town with her. That's right.
I think that's Chris Hammes as well. Last year's third place in the men's race.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he came on strong in the second half of the race last year.
Yeah, he ran really, really well.
Nice. What's the mood out there, Chris?
Really upbeat. Surprisingly, I think it's the fact that it's not raining. It's cold and damp, but that doesn't deter anybody out here at these events. So
Well, I think an interesting note is we've had a lot of drops at Dry as
Lake.
opposed to right here.
Yeah.
So usually you get that weird kind of energy here because that's what's happening here, yet that's happening upstream a bit.
Yeah, Dry Lake has. I get nervous every time I scroll down
Yeah.
to see who else has called it a day. We do have confirmation that Cody Poskin has dropped as well. That was mentioned in the chat, but as our policy, we just want to try and make sure and confirm before we start saying somebody's
Yeah.
called it a day. I just remember a race a few years ago. It was, I'm not going to name the race and I'm not going to name the runner, but there was a prominent runner who at a smaller race, not a high-profile race, but somebody was covering it on a social media platform and declared that this world-class runner, had dropped at like mile 85 or 90 of this race, and it was just that they happened to miss them coming through because they were moving so fast. And it was just such a bad look that it scared me into making sure that I don't make those same mistakes. I would rather be accurate and wait a few minutes than fire out.
The ghost of a runner past just walked by. Looked like
Yeah,
white sheet on.
that looks like somebody who has decided to call it a day.
Bag of wet clothes right there in their hands, walking out of there. I bet they decided to
Back
pull
to the car.
plug.
Chris, how many dogs do you pet when you're outside?
What? Only one. I'd be curious to see how many are out there in total, though. I would
Okay.
say the over/under is about 13 and a hook.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's dogs all over, and some people, like we saw earlier, have multiples out there.
Yeah.
So
Well, we're back on dog watch now because there are no more runners.
yeah, when you don't have at Hard Rock this year, We had a heck of a big dog watching party at some points. We had one of our filmers actually had their dog right in front. What? Oh, where were you? Where have you been?
He wasn't there.
I was asking. I'm looking at our producer Trevor knowingly, and he's like, "I have no idea what you're talking about."
Yeah.
You can see a couple doggos in the center of the screen there. A little one and a big one.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to see the little ones sometimes.
Well, we're gonna get out of here. Let you guys continue the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for stopping
I'll
by.
come back tomorrow.
We'll be here.
We'll touch base.
I'll
You gonna be
around.
here?
I'll be around. I don't know what I'm doing.
We will be at the Mount Werner aid station. We'll take a shift up there.
Nice.
So we'll see some
great,
of the
great crew up there. They
Yeah.
helped me out a bunch. It was,
I
like
was
high
there.
school kids and stuff.
yeah. Those were the same guys that were playing in that game that you followed.
Yeah, I think I remember talking to him about that.
yeah.
As they're like giving me watermelon and stuff.
Yeah.
That was, like,
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, no, they're
It's just such a
Yeah.
cool environment. So we grabbed those guys. They're playing in Aspen this week,
Yeah.
but last year it was a homecoming game.
Yeah.
So they went to the homecoming dance. We grabbed them early that morning.
Yeah.
Drug them up to the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
And then, we're the guy giving you watermelon
Yeah.
after you ran all night.
Yeah.
Just a quick heads up. I got a time split on Becca Bramley coming through here at Olympian, 9:17. So about a 13.5-minute gap. Riley Brady has on Becca Bramley at this point. But I think it should be noted that Becca's time is basically 90 seconds back of Leah Yingling's time here last year, where, I stress, Emily Mann and Leah Yingling had an amazing race. Both of them did. Emily came out on top, but Leah was definitely, setting the pace for much of the first half of Run Rabbit Run 2024. So we'll be definitely following the Brady v. Bramley competition here. But, of course, we're far from having things decided out here. Right now, our F3, McKendry Hickory, F4, Jenny Yeeman, F5, Zoe Rom, F6, Sarah Gage, F7, Emily Long, and F8, Emma Wood. I have to admit, I'm not familiar with Jenny Yeeman. Anybody here on the couch or here at the desk have any familiarity with Jenny Yeeman? Somebody we're going to need to get to know quite well here. She was a Harvey's pick.
You know who else wasn't a Harvey's pick?
Who?
Matt Daniels. We discussed that at length today.
Understand what a Harvey's pick is, but
We're not sure we do either.
So a Harvey's pick basically
let's just wildly speculate. That's what we do
the
here
race
at After Dark.
director put out like a bit of a race primer, and they went 17 deep on the men's and women's field, and they named 17 men without getting to Matt Daniels.
Wow.
Yeah, I was surprised at
Chip
that.
on the shoulder. Let's go.
Yeah, well, he went out hard. I mean, he was definitely, part of that lead pack for as long as he could go.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the circumstances were. I know that it seemed like he tried to get warmed up as best he could, but and I've also heard from people who have been out at Dry Lake that were just like, the runners were coming in so cold and underdressed, like you said.
It was haggard out there for sure.
Yeah. But that's what mountain running is all about.
That's right.
Oh, no problem. Thanks.
yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming on, Nick.
Nick with H2 All. You can check out their products and their causes at h2all.com. They are presenting sponsor here of the Run Rabbit Run 100-mile race here in Steamboat Springs. Also, thanks to Altra for sponsoring our live stream here on Mountain Outpost's YouTube channel. Chris Warden with Brian Kumo and some other guy here at the...
Oh, did I zone out? my bad. Dan Ryan.
Thanks for joining us, Dan.
Yeah, no, I'm back. We're good. Yeah, it's just starting here at Olympian Hall. I mean, we're still going to have a slow trickle of people in here all night long, even into the wee morning hours. People will be coming into this aid station, then leaving here, headed out into the Lane of Pain, and then looping themselves back down to Olympian Hall. What time do you think we will see the first mail back through?
Back through? Based on the fact that they're kind of... it seems like everybody's holding on for dear life to the recent Stevens, Elam's, and Lockwood type times. I'm thinking probably about a 10:15, 10:20, thereabouts.
Jesse left at 8:08, and so let's call even course record pace 2:12 on top of that. So that's
okay. So maybe about
20, something like that.
Yeah. So maybe about 10, 10:30, maybe 10 thereabouts. It's hard to tell but I don't think that the men's course record, at least I consider the modern course record to be like the current iteration of the course. I'm not.
It's the Dave Stevens record, right?
Yeah, the Dave Stevens record versus the Jason Schlarb record. Yeah. But I don't necessarily believe that is under huge threat. It wouldn't shock me, but I don't if I had to pick, I'd say no.
These boys are feeling good though. Everyone's commented on how good their legs feel.
But the women's race, I think that those numbers are definitely
Riley's on pace right now, ahead of it for sure.
Riley is under pace. Becca is right around it. So,
well, I'm gonna go tell Ryan that Chris doesn't think he can do it.
Tell him Dan Ryan thinks he can do it.
Yeah, anyone in the chat thinks that Ryan can't break the course record.
Tell
him now so he can.
I didn't say he can't. I said he would.
The haters.
Oh man, I'm gonna catch hell for throwing shade at the AeroViper racing team.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lose my job.
Rocking the kit. I guess he had to change shirts. He is into a more thermal layer now, but he was rocking the bright red kit. Any other AeroViper race team members racing today?
Not today, I don't believe. There's actually, I think there's one racing tomorrow. Ryan, I don't think Ryan is on the AeroViper racing team anymore. I think he's kind of transcended that.
Okay.
But he was on the AeroViper racing team a couple seasons ago. Cool. So. The 50 milers got a couple of spicy names both on the men's and women's side. I could see.
Yeah, Ryan. we were given our predictions earlier when you were out.
Ryan Raff, Megan Roche.
Yeah, I think my other hot take is that we think Megan's going to win outright.
I could see that.
Yeah,
but I
see it.
I will. Well, actually, that would be interesting because last spring, Ryan, David, and Megan all ran Crown King together.
Okay.
And Ryan beat David by 2 or 3 minutes in the 50K there. So it'd be interesting to see Megan get that one back for the family.
Yeah, let's see. Obviously, Ryan's a very fit athlete, and I'm sure there's lots of other guys out there trying to throw down. But we're just throwing hot takes out here.
You know what? That's exactly what hot takes are all about, for sure.
We were just saying she's bringing that postpartum new mom energy. So I think probably her longest race.
Yeah. She said she did a half. I spoke with her when she came to Packet pickup. Cool. Megan had done a half marathon a few weeks ago, but this is her real comeback race. So
that's awesome. We love to see it.
Yeah, I think she's super excited and looked super fit and ready to go. So
yeah.
Looks like we had McKendry Hickory come through.
Oh yeah.
The aid station here a little bit ago. Or is here now, F3. So
McKendry Hickory 9:30:53. That seems like a large gap between people coming through, but if that is the case,
Becca only left at
and it looks like
9:25, something like that.
Zach pace, where he was sitting about fourth, and now he's really slowed down. in the field here. So maybe we're seeing our first major blow up of the run, minus Matt Daniels dropping.
Yeah.
I'm here for the carnage, Chris.
Well, I mean, this is a sport that basically lives it in every event in one way or another. So McKendree Hickory currently 27 and a half minutes back of Riley Brady. About 15 and a half minutes back of Leah's time here last year. About 9 minutes back of Emily Mann's time. So still moving very well.
I think I have another hot take for the
Uh-oh.
group here.
Oop,
Let's go.
let's
I'm
hear
just
it.
spewing them out. So I think races need to have a category, not just age category, but we need to have a first place mom, first place dad. Let's see it.
Oh, that'd be
I
pretty
think we
cool.
need to see it. Like, we need to celebrate that. Like, let's see. I can't comment exactly on the ladies in the top 10 if any of them are mothers. Chat, can you let us know? Let's track the dad strength, mom strength out there. Like, we need to be celebrating that.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's always impressive to me to see, when these elite athletes have kids and they're able to still go out there and throw down. It's like,
Yeah.
where do you find the time?
Yeah, it's almost unfair to be competing against people that don't have it. So
I mean,
let's give them their
I
own
guess,
category.
what, by that rationale, I can just say that it was my kid's fault that I never became an elite runner.
Wow.
Had nothing to do with the decades of inactivity or the 15 years of smoking, but it was definitely becoming. No,
Let's
I'm
see,
kidding. My
Chris's
kid.
kids in the chat. Let's see how they feel about this.
Oh, he doesn't watch me. He's got better things to do. No, he actually. Brian. He actually kicks my ass every time we go out and run. So
Good. Yeah.
His first time running a race in many years up in Silverton, he ran the Kendall Mountain Run, and he beat my PR by 10 minutes the first time he ran it,
Yeah.
and
Nice.
was not shocked whatsoever. But thankfully, he'll be pacing me at my next Ultra. So we can't wait to cross the finish line and have him be like, "What took you so long?"
Yeah.
But yeah, with a lot of these runners, it is a family endeavor, and it's great to see, the runners with their kids out there, giving them an emotional boost, or maybe being taken care of by their parents out there as well. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I've definitely had both my kid and my parents at various ultra running events, either crewing or watching. And my parents don't understand this sport whatsoever, but they appreciated how hard I worked to do what I did. So
Yeah.
I have a question for you guys. Do you guys think it's a little more muted out there than usual? It doesn't seem like we've got as big of a crowd as we've had in previous years.
well,
And
it's still early.
it is still early, but
We're getting
also
through
it's just maybe it's the cold, maybe it's the wet that's keeping people in their cars a little bit longer.
For sure.
I don't know if the crowd outside could hear you.
More hot takery at.
Let's go.
We're not going to handicap those races. Basically, somebody mentioned a category that Mike Versteeg would win in a landslide. I just don't want to go there.
I think we can connect the dots there.
Right.
I don't know. There's some competition, more competition than you think on that category.
Oh, I think that there's. I would agree with you there.
We'll leave that one at that.
Exactly. We are at Olympian Hall, mile 51.2 at the Run Rabbit Run 100 miler. I'm Chris Warden,
Dan Ryan.
joined by Brian Kulmo.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Of course, Brian, you're no stranger to this race as well as big time mountain running. The conditions, you talked about, how adversarial they are this year in comparison with last year when you ran the race. With your experience in mountain running, does this even come close to the worst stuff you've encountered during a race, or is there something that you're like, oh, that was a bad one?
The weather was pretty gnarly out there for Dry Lake for sure. It definitely was sustained for a long time. I think it was unexpected.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people left this afternoon thinking there was that first little rainstorm was going to be the only really storm they ran through, and this one, it's a pretty major one in the evening time, right around sunset there. Maybe caught some people off guard, which definitely can make it way worse.
Yeah.
So, but these guys are all strong. Everyone out here has been through it before, and they've seen some stuff. So, yeah, really, really cool to see people sticking it out, and kind of, if they get through the other side of it, they get a glorious evening of running, which I'm in right now, and it's going to be a great day tomorrow too, I'm sure. And they had nice cool temperatures all afternoon as well. Like, you got to take the pluses and the minuses with it. And so, yeah, these guys have seen it all, and they'll see more, and they'll all have stories to tell from up on Billy's rabbit hole.
Of course, this is I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Does it look like anybody's been missing some piece of gear out there? Like, have you seen anybody who's like wearing the exact wrong type of rain jacket, or just okay.
I mean, Ryan Sullivan was not wearing a rain jacket at all until Dry Lake. He ran the entirety of that storm with no rain jacket, in first place, mind you.
Well, he had to run that fast to stay warm, right?
That was probably what happened. He was going through doing some things that were challenging, but we talked through it with the crew, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't need a rain jacket." Before then, he had a rain jacket in his drop bag at Summit Lake. He did not pick it up.
Oh wow!
So he's still able to persevere through that, and I think honestly, hitting a low point early on like that is probably gonna make his race better. Like, he's like, I've been through that. It's not gonna get worse than that. Like he just puts it behind him now. Like, he's in the mix right now. He's right up there. I mean, he's really, as far as we know, second or third. I think basically JP and Ryan left Olympian 1 together. I'm not sure if we have splits up at Lane of Pain yet or not. If there's,
I don't think we actually
tracking
have
up there,
splits up there, but we
going
can
on,
double
but-
check.
I mean, the top 3 guys are all right there. I mean, Jesse's probably about 15 minutes up, I would say, less than that at this point. And so it's anyone's race right now. And as we said, it starts here at Olympian on the second time around. So
Like, it shows that we would have on one of our platforms, but I would assume that Jesse would be through at least one, if not both, of the 8 stations up there, so I don't think that would be necessarily accurate. So the tracker at Can Do Timing is the one that we have been sharing, and that's the one that I would say would give us a good idea.
I don't believe they don't have a Lane of Pain split. The next time we'll see another split from them is when they head back through Olympian at mile 63.9. Before they head back onto the other side of the highway and back out to the rest of the course.
I was real confused last year when I hit Lane of Pain the second time. I don't think somehow it didn't register that we went through that aid station twice. I don't think anyone told me, or I just didn't check.
Like having some deja vu there.
I was just like, wait, why are we here again? Did we take a wrong turn? The guys were like, oh yeah, this is the course. I'm like, cool, okay. Let's keep rolling, I guess.
I mean, some people did take wrong turns at Lane of Pain last year and skipped
the weird
it the second
cross
time.
traffic that's a bit of a tricky aid station kind of volunteer, making sure people are coming in and out the right ways.
Did you see any animals when you were out in that section?
No.
No.
I mean, it's middle of the night. I don't know. We were all just locked in.
The 2 times I've been out there, I've seen a moose over there in that lower section of the Lane of Pain where you dip down for a little bit.
Yeah.
Kind of gets a little bit swampy. I think this is another potential challenge when people are heading up Emerald, also known as Lane of Pain, is it's muddier over there. So there's significantly, the dirt over there is fundamentally different. So they would have to experience some dirt. So it kind of depends on the type of shoes somebody could be potentially wearing if they're slipping around a bit.
God forbid they have some dirt and some mud in a trail race.
I mean, wait, we didn't check to see what shoes Riley was wearing.
That's right.
It looked like the new
Wasn't
Nike ACG. What's the ones they just launched at UTMB, the orange ones.
Oh, so they were trail shoes.
It looked like it.
They weren't Vaporflies.
It looked like the Ultra Flies,
Oh,
the new
okay.
Ultra Flies.
Because that was one of the things
That was-
that people were just absolutely in awe of, is that they ran Black Canyon in Vaporflies, which is just like, if you've run the Black Canyon Trail, it's chunky, and it just seems like something like that would be a very ambitious choice.
Yeah. Strongest ankles awards goes to Riley Brady.
Yeah, I think that things are still a little bit chill, but of course, with everything starting an hour later and runners probably, especially in the mid and back of the pack, moving slower, maybe teams just aren't posted up here yet. And but once they do get posted up here, I would assume that since it's not raining, that we'll start to see things pack up because that berm on the near side of the screen, on the lower side of the screen, becomes completely full of people as the night proceeds. I mean, it's midnight and that whole area is packed. It's actually really cool because you think about, an ultra, like to see that many people in one place, that wired and that, in tune with what these runners are doing at that time of night. It's a pretty cool thing to witness. It's like being in Uray or something like that, during Hard Rock or something, you know, that kind of energy, that kind of vibe.
Yeah, I've never been Uray in the middle of the night. Can't say I know what it's like go down that aid station. I'm usually up on the hill, up in Engineer, and it's a little bit different vibe up there. But we have a party up on Engineer. It's fine.
Oh, there's plenty of parties on that course. There's no doubt about that.
Throwing a party for the marmots?
For ourselves, the volunteers, all like 8 of us.
Probably barbecue a marmot up there.
Oh, God. That's very morbid. I don't know if a marmot would taste good or not.
Yeah, and Engineer Aid Station, we've been vegetarian for a few years now.
Oh, really?
Which is a thing that I think more races should do this. I mean, especially for these packing aid stations, it's pretty complicated to pack in meat sometimes and things. So, and like for soup, it's a lot easier just to have vegetarian for everybody. You don't have to think about it.
Nobody notices.
Especially with the rising cost of meat.
Yeah, totally. And I think I heard that UTMB has a few aid stations that are vegetarian now as well.
It's interesting.
Some environmental reasons as well. So like a challenge races out there, like maybe think about a few. Maybe not every aid station. I know people bacon and things like that. Totally understand that. But like, what can we do to kind of reduce our footprint in that way? It's a simple thing we can do.
Yeah. I mean, I like bacon at an aid station, but I don't have to have it at every aid station.
Yeah.
No marmots on the Barbie. It's just
God.
I mean, given their diet is like plastic and wires and, and gas lines, I mean, I'm sure that the nutritional value of a marmot is probably fairly low on the chain.
I like to see people like bundle up a lot after their runner leaves. Like they're all like, yeah, we're going to sit here for the next 4 hours while our runner's out on this section.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of hanging out. Maybe they go home. I don't know. I just came up here, and here I am.
It's nice. It's warm. It's comfortable. You got a couch.
Yeah.
The only bad thing is you have to, sit here with Chris Warden and I.
It's fair. Can we talk about the Battle of Brands? Another team battle.
The Battle of the what?
The brands.
The brands.
What sponsored athletes we got out there? Ultra. We shout out to Ultra.
We got Ultra. We got some Nike athletes.
We got JP Giblin's an Ultra athlete, I believe, right?
Yep.
So he's up there. We got Ryan Sullivan runs for Norda.
We got a couple of craft athletes out there.
Craft as well. Yeah. So
we
got Riley and Nike.
Was Ryan wearing a Brian Colmo pack?
Oh, he was wearing a Borderline Designs pack. That is correct.
Nice.
He's infamously not a pack runner, but he was wearing a pack out there today.
Cool.
So yeah, he has one of the prototypes out there. He's testing one of the Borderline Designs packs. So cool to see that in use.
Very nice. It's one I'm going to wear for the bear.
Nice.
What other brands do we have? Are there any Hoka athletes running this?
Chat. If you know any sponsored athletes out here.
So
That's odd.
And let's track the unsponsored athletes.
It's because they're all UTMB.
And world champs too.
And world champs, yeah.
But yeah, let's celebrate
Craig
the
Hunt was.
I think there needs to be another category for unsponsored athletes. Let's shout them out. Jesse Rich, I don't believe he has any sort of partnerships right now.
Is
Obviously,
Ryan
hoping to get that
Raff
in
still
first place.
sponsored by Hoka? He'll be running tomorrow.
Who is Megan Roche's sponsor? Is that Rabbit?
I believe she just works with the feed.
Okay. And then
They've got a few runners out here.
Yeah, the feed. Ryan
'Cause there are
Sullivan
runners out
has a feed hat. I know that.
does Zoe Rom have any sponsors? Arlen running for Kraft.
Yep. Arlen, there's two. I believe that there's somebody in the women's race that is Kraft as well. I had made a note of that. Isn't Mary on Kraft as well?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yep. Looks like we just had another lady come through here, Hare at Olympian Hall. Refresh.
Looks like that might be maybe Jenny Yeeman.
Jenny Yeeman could be your F4 coming through. Did not look like Zoe.
And Jenny and Zoe were about 11, 12 minutes apart at Dry Lake. I mean, obviously things can change, but looks like it might be Jenny. We'll see if we can get confirmation of that. Of course, we mentioned Jenny, somebody who we didn't have a lot of information on. Has some decent results over the recent couple years. Ran Gorge Waterfalls in April, finished 9th there, 5th at Quad Rock last year, won the Kendall Mountain Run last year as well. So, some pretty solid results at shorter stuff, but this step up, if her race maintains, I think that would probably be the big challenge for her at this point, going from it's so interesting to watch people jump from the 100K to the 100-mile distance. It's a greater than 50% increase, and the time, I mean, you're fast, like say somebody can run a 100K in maybe 9-10 hours. Of course, like you're talking, especially in this case, if Jenny ran Gorge Waterfalls in 10:41, she'd be out there for twice that time here this year, and it would still be a fantastic result.
Just got some more runners moving through Olympian Hall here. In the morning, we'll get some drone shots going back. For now, we've got the PTZ camera set up out there, and just watching runners move through the aid station. We got Chris Warden and Brian Colmo, and I'm Dan Ryan here in the studio. Just keeping you guys company for another hour or so. We'll be on the air before we shut things down for the night.
Yep. And we'll be back on the air early in the morning. I believe that'll be our crew that was in the midday today, Tara and Jay, handling things. And they'll be up, it looks like, in time to catch the overall winners of the Hares race, if they're on the air by like 5 a.m. or so, with that hour later start to the race this year.
Be great to see that final battle coming down Mount Warner.
That was one of the reasons why I guess the race start was pushed back an hour, was the fact that we wanted to see those lead runners finish in daylight.
These guys are too fast, though. They still
I know,
finish in the dark.
and they're getting faster. Pretty soon, it's going to push back another hour.
Yeah.
The Hares are going to start at 3 in the afternoon.
Hot take: the Hares should start at 6 p.m.
UTMB style?
Yeah. Like, why not? I mean, I understand there's a lot of logistics with aid stations and like volunteers, and I totally understand that. But I don't know what would happen if they like more races should just like consider drastically changing their start times. Like, it could totally change the entire character of a race. There's a lot of races in North America that could really benefit from an evening start.
I'm a hot take. I'm a huge fan of nighttime starts. You get that first night out of the way, and you're done early in the second night. Like, you're not going through the night sleeping under trees with your best friend. You're just, you're going to get it done the next day no matter what, unless it's like a Hard Rock or a UTMB.
I love a midnight start too.
Wasn't that Hellgate that starts at midnight?
Yes.
Hellgate starts at midnight.
You're
love
looking at
midnight
like
start
two
too.
of the most highest proponents of Hellgate right here. We love that race. Shout out to David Horton, legend. But yeah, midnight start. Europe starts are quite normal. Madeira starts at midnight. For 100K, a midnight start is really cool because you get to everyone runs through the first part of the night. Everyone's done before sunset usually. In most,
I was gonna
Madeira
say
Madeira goes through a whole second night. That's crazy. But Hellgate, for instance, the cutoff is at 6 p.m. So it's
You're
supposed
not
to
running-
only the back half running through the night. It's everyone runs through the first half,
yeah.
and it's a special weird thing. It's just like bizarre.
Although,
And,
for comparison's sake, at Hellgate, Brian has had lunch, dinner, a beer, and a shower, which is the easy part, right? Before I have finished. He's finishing at like a nice brunch time, where I'm finishing at a okay dinner time.
Yeah. It's great celebration. Anyone out there looking for a fun, hard East Coast race, Hellgate, shout out for sure.
I guess, somebody mentioned Born to Run, the 100-miler as a 6 p.m. start. I didn't realize that, and I was out at Born to Run last year. I obviously had myself a hell of a time.
Yeah.
I was actually only out there because my friends Patrick and Samantha were getting married, because I had been resisting their overtures to get me out at Born to Run for many years, and they said, well, we're going to get married out there. And it's like, okay, fine, you win. And I ran the 20-miler and dropped out after one loop, and just the rest of the weekend was a blur.
Hey, that sounds like the best kind of blur.
It was a fun time. It was a fun time, out in the mountains outside of Los Olivos, just north of Santa Barbara. It's a beautiful area. So
Totally.
definitely different surface compared to a lot of these Colorado high mountain trails.
Yeah.
Travis with some spitting some wisdom. Travis Loncar, Run Rabbit Run commandment number 1: never enter Olympian Hall.
That's
I
correct.
think that's probably would be the first commandment of this race.
Do we have a camera inside an Olympian and aid station? I think?
We do. Can we flip to the
Yeah,
interior?
let's give a shout out to those volunteers inside.
Yeah.
They're keeping things running. It doesn't look like they're doing much on this outside view, but they're definitely helping out a lot of people more than you realize.
So we were joined by Sharon Lukens, a local here who is
Shannon.
Shannon Lukens. She is the news director for a 7-station radio station cluster here in town, and she was letting us know that it's a local figure skating club that is most of the volunteers down below, like a youth figure skating club. And I thought that was really cool, kind of an example of how this community really gets involved in this race. So
That's awesome.
Do we have that
shout out
downstairs
to the figure
shot, or-
skating club.
okay. Okay. This is like right below us right now. Looks like it's, We just wanted to give you an eye on what the station looked like, and I would assume that not many hares have stepped foot in there to this point.
Especially with the weather getting better as they come down here. And
Did you step in here, Brian?
no.
Good.
Yeah, I didn't come inside. But there's drop bags. We the crew in here, obviously they take care of everyone that does step inside. Want to shout them out. They're doing a great job. I think I came inside here when I was crewing for you, Dan. I had to fill up water or something like that. But I don't think I didn't let you come inside.
I was going to say, did you have to come in to chase him out, or?
Nobody
I
let me
made
go
him stay
inside?
outside. I'm like, I'm gonna go run grab a thing for you, and then you can carry on.
I really wanted to go inside. Looked nice.
Yeah.
Looked warm. It's
So-
like the Lost Wonder Hut at High Lonesome. That aid station is also incredibly warm and inviting and in the middle of the night. And they're like cooking pizza inside on like a wood-fired stove. And it's just like, oh man, I want to go in there, and then you're not allowed to go in there.
Yeah, every 100 I feel like has at least one like nice inside cabin aid station that you should avoid. Wasatch, don't go inside at Brighton. I've seen many races get derailed going inside there. If you do go inside, go brush your teeth there. That aid station is run by a friend who's a dentist, and so they have complimentary toothbrushes and toothpaste for you to use.
Nice.
It's a great thing.
Does it have like his dental office name on the
Probably.
toothbrushes?
It's a great aid station. Support it. The Bear, don't go inside Beaver Lodge.
Damn it.
Yeah, our friend Daniel spent a few hours in Beaver Lodge with our fine medical attention friends there. But
with an oxygen tube hooked to my nose.
yeah,
And my lungs trying to leave my body.
true.
So Jesse Rich left Olympian at 8:02:48. So we're talking just about an hour 55 so we're probably looking at about
I might need to
30
go outside
minutes,
to go
25,
see
30
if
minutes.
Ryan's cruise here and stuff.
Oh,
but,
sure. Yeah, absolutely, Brian. Do what you got to do.
Thanks for coming
take
on.
care of your runner
This
first.
has been fun for sure. And
Much appreciated.
Thanks guys for having
You're
me.
welcome.
We're here
man.
for
Swing
another
by
hour.
anytime. Yeah.
Let's chat. Keep feeding in the hot takes. Let's see those. Let's keep these guys entertained for the next hour.
I need you to say hi to that Australian Shepherd that's out there for
I'm gonna
me.
go. Can I go outside and do a lap? I'm just gonna pet every single dog, and you can just follow me along on the camera.
Yeah, we can do that.
If
Brian's
the
tour.
producers are interested in following you along with you as you pet all the dogs out there, I have no problem with
It's the
that.
kind of entertainment we need around here. But
Can you stand there and give us like a hand rating of the amount of the pet rating of the dog?
I
1
mean,
through
there's-
10.
They're all gonna be-
just gonna
they're all gonna be
all-
10s,
all
dude.
10, 10,
Good.
Yeah,
All right.
it has to
Yeah.
be. Well,
Jenny Yeaman's time into Olympian was 9:47:49. That is our F4, Jenny Yeaman. I would expect our next runner, Zoe Ram, in the women's race, to be coming in fairly soon, assuming Zoe holds serve. Had about 20 minutes on the runner behind her. Thanks again to Brian Coolmo for hanging out with us. A guy whose efforts in helping to support Colorado ultra running, with his work at Hard Rock, definitely are appreciated, and his experience here talking about that, and not only as a racer last year, but crewing at this year's event. So thank you to him for that. Oh, I thought you were going to say something.
Oh no, I was just standing up here in the studio because
Stretch out a little bit.
stretch out a little bit for sure. Somebody asked in the chat who are the runners for the Tortoise race, and it looks like we had Patrick Hubble, John Hansen, Corky Patton, Scott Hollister, Graham Strzelski, Andy Chrysler, Mike Wilkinson, Andrew Wine, Jake Larson, Peter Sargent, Chris Kudrin, Nicholas Hilton, and Timothy Bousset come through Olympian Hall for the second time, which is about mile 64. So we still got some tortoises in front of the hares, but they are getting closed in on by the front runners for the men.
You have to wonder, we should have asked Brian that while he was here, did he make a game of picking off the tortoises?
Oh,
as he
God.
went? On the women's side of the tortoise race, Victoria Kent currently leading, having left Olympian at the 10:54:52 mark. Your second place in the women's tortoise, Hannah Agosta. Third place, Chalice Popke. Fourth place, Marnie Scallard. Fifth place, Caitlin Tachi. 6, 7, 8, Tatum Rask, Bridget Noon, Maddie Mao. Alex Armstrong in ninth, and rounding out the top 10 in the women's race in the tortoise division, Emily Sumitsu. That's your update on the tortoises. And as you mentioned, a handful of tortoises have hit Olympian for that second time on their way back out to Dry Lake. Hopefully the conditions are more amenable to them than they've been for a lot of the runners that hit it the first time here this evening.
Yeah, when we were watching that video out at Dry Lake, it looked positively gnarly.
Yeah, lots of lots of precipitation, heavy rains, and a whole lot of people wearing puffies, helping crew runners and service runners as volunteers, but the runners themselves a lot of times wearing short-sleeve tees and looking, in some cases, downright miserable and freezing. Special thanks to our sponsors here at the Run Rabbit Run 100-mile live stream on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Altra, one of our presenting sponsors. Our other presenting sponsor, H2All. Thanks to them. Thanks to Altra for being a part of many Mountain Outpost events. Thanks to H2All for joining us for the first time here at Run Rabbit Run. And if you're interested in their work as a charitable organization and a water provider, you can check out their website, h2all.com. Special thanks to Nick, the person in charge of H2All, for hanging out with us here this morning and this evening as well, going over some of the initiatives that they have to help provide water in places that sorely need it, as well as his experience as a volunteer runner and organizer here at this event, and also giving us the football scores for the Steamboat Springs football team. I guess they whooped on rival Aspen on the road 48-7 tonight, so congratulations to them. I say that because the football players on the Steamboat Springs team last year did us a solid, and actually they were working an aid station last year as volunteers during their homecoming weekend. They were helping to shut down the Mount Werner aid station, the final aid station in the Run Rabbit Run event. So that's why I wanted to give their football team a shout out because of their efforts last year. Truly an event here at Run Rabbit Run where the town of Steamboat Springs really becomes fully immersed in the ultra running culture. Of course, as we mentioned, Dan Ryan and I will be hanging out till the top of the hour. That's what we expect, but as we at Mountain Outpost like to do, if there happens to be something spicy going on that we've got coverage of, for instance, runners hitting this aid station, or we've got a follow cam, that's not likely to happen tonight. We don't have any follow cams out on the course right now, but if we have something that we can latch on to provide some more coverage of this race, we definitely will stick around to see that through. We're not going to cut in the middle of, a lead runner hitting an aid station where we've got visuals. Hop on up there.
I think he's looking for a softer place to sleep. We've joined, Pippin has joined us in the studio on the couch. Looks like he's going to pop a squat and lay there for a bit.
Yeah. You want to give them the wide shot in the corner, guys, and introduce Pippin? He's looking right at the camera, too. It's like he knows. He's so photogenic.
It's like, hey, Pippin, we have a question to ask you for the evening. Are you a good boy?
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Yes, dog cam. Oh, yeah, let's get in close there.
Oh, buddy. You are a spoiled dog, aren't you, dude? Lots of dogs out there on the field there. Lots of people taking care of their runners. Just like Pip's here hanging out in the studio, having a good time. He's a big fan of the H2All as well. He drank a little bit of it today. Didn't you, bud?
Yeah, Pip has been really well behaved here. It's been a long day, and he's been a sport through and through. Did have a little bit of a a blow up at one
Oh
of the,
my gosh.
It wasn't a blow up. That's probably the wrong term to use, but definitely a moment where there was a bit of panic on his face when a volunteer wearing rabbit ears was in his view. And one thing we've learned at the Run Rabbit Run race is Pip does not like the rabbit ears.
He doesn't like the stuffed rabbit that's sitting over there either. He's pretty hesitant to walk anywhere near it. Definitely very concerned whenever it gets close to him. So
I love the fact that Pip has basically just found a spot. We've got the camera right on him. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I would much rather have Pip on the screen than you and I.
Oh, same. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's much more photogenic.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
So,
frankly, a better interview.
probably a better interviewer.
Yeah. Pippin runs with me sometimes. He's 8 now. So the longest run he's ever done was close to 30 miles. But these days he's still good for 10 to 15. But he gets a little sore after it. So I'm trying to make sure I take care of his legs and take care of him. So he's with me forever.
In Steamboat Springs, and I'm going to take the under on that. I don't know exactly what it is, but now granted, I am extremely sensitive to temperature, but make yourself comfortable, Pip.
God. Does the couch smell bad? You can lay down.
What's he saying? I mean, Kulmo was sitting there.
Yeah. I don't know. I think he's like trying to make himself a little bed. He does that at home too. Yep. Hard life, dude. Looks like he's gonna hang out there on the couch and potentially take a nap. It's way past his bedtime, so he's found a soft place and he's gonna go to sleep.
Yeah, racing weekends definitely throw off your sleep schedule.
That's
That
for
is
sure.
For sure.
Kudos to all the volunteers out there, keeping the runners going, keeping them fueled, keeping them warm, keeping them dry. It's not a thankless task, but it is a hard task, and we appreciate you guys being out there helping people and just being present for the runners, especially the ones who don't have crew.
So somebody was asking in the chat what station can Pacers start with Tortoises? This one, right?
No, I believe they can start at Dry Lake.
Okay.
With the Tortoises.
Okay.
Yeah, you can pick up a pacer
you.
there or at Olympian Hall, the first and second time, and then swap out again at Dry Lake. I think adding. I know we had the hot take of adding the Summit Lake aid station, but that actually makes it easier on the Tortoises. So I think keeping the Summit Lake aid station for Tortoise crews to be able to go to is pretty beneficial because you don't have to have the same pacer for 30 miles. You
Yeah.
can swap them out. And pacing is a thankless task. They get the complete brunt of somebody being a debutante. That's the word I'm going to use there. And it can be a very long trek out there, and it's pretty hard on the pacers. So shout out to anybody who's willing to pace long sections of races. Somebody asked if Matt Daniels dropped. Yeah, Matt Daniels dropped at Dry Lake. It looked like he was undergoing he was pretty cold, looked like he was pretty worked. So he did end his attempt there.
So we have another couple of prominent racers in the women's side. Sarah Gage, who was as high as 8th recently, has dropped out at Dry Lake. And Denise Barassa, Tiny Debo herself, a very experienced, very accomplished ultra runner with wins at some really big events over the years and some podiums and top 10s at Western States. Denise has dropped out. Looks like she might have dropped out at Summit Lake or Billy's, possibly. I think that the last time I saw her race was at Sedona Canyons last year, and she finished second. Very talented runner.
That's what I think, personal.
Cruise. So we're going to be wrapping up our coverage here of the Run Rabbit Run 100 for the night, moving into some static cams for you guys to see, and can't wait. Thanks for joining us, and we're happy to have you all here with us. I'm sure Chris shares the same sentiment.
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure. Love being in Steamboat Springs for Run Rabbit Run. Love being a part of the Mountain Outpost team. And appreciate working with you, Dan. But frankly, I'm partial to Pip. I mean, you got to be honest. And I guess as we draw our coverage to the close this evening, we will be back on bright and early tomorrow morning. Is it 5:30 when we're on tomorrow morning?
We are on tomorrow.
About 5:30. Okay, we're gonna be on to catch the leaders as the Hares first Hares cross the finish line. So I think that'll do it for us.
Yeah, I think that'll do it for us. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. Pip, thanks you as well.
Good night, Pip.
Thank you. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra. Stay out there.
Thank you.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Ultra. Stay out there.
Good morning, folks. Sorry to take you out of your music this morning, but it is your producer, Jordan. I've got a little bit of an update for you. We have just received word that M1 and M2 have come through Long Lake Aid Station at 4:15 a.m. local time. We are working on getting the names of those two, but yeah, I just want to give you a little update on what's happening in the race. And I'll send you back to your lovely music. See ya.
Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra, stay out there.